The House will come to order. Prayer by the chaplain.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings of peace. Please join me in a brief invocation. God, our Lord, we thank you. We ask for your help and protection. We humble ourselves before you as we pray for our state and her representatives. Favor them with your guidance and divine light. Enable them to serve you and glorify your name by serving all the people of this great state without exception. Make them your instruments to deliver your mercy and compassion. Fill their hearts and minds with passion and determination to improve the lives of their fellow human beings. Grant them success to erase disease, poverty, ignorance, racism, and hate in this state. Make them the peacemakers, healers, and bridge builders so urgently needed in our wounded and broken times. Bless us, God, this day and every day. We ask in your good name. Ameen.
The chaplain for today is Imam Asad Zaman, the Executive Director of the Muslim American Society of Minnesota from Inver Grove Heights, Minnesota. Pledge of Allegiance. Please recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing, recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members, when the Chief Clerk calls your name, please state your name, your location, and that you are present. Members using the remote voting technology, please also press the green or yes button to indicate that you are here. The clerk will take the roll.
Acom.
Acom, Minnetonka, present.
Acom, Minnetonka, present. Agbadge.
Agbadge, St. Paul, present.
Agbadge, St. Paul, present. Ackland.
Ackland, St. Paul, present.
Ackland, St. Paul, present. Albright.
Albright, Prior Lake, present.
Albright, Prior Lake, present. Anderson.
Anderson, Barsness Township, present.
Anderson, Barsness Township, present. Backer.
Backer, Browns Valley, present.
Backer, Browns Valley, present. Bonner.
Bonner, Maple Grove, present.
Bonner, Maple Grove, present. Barr.
Barr, East Bethel, present.
Barr, East Bethel, present. Baker.
Baker, New London Spicer, present.
Baker, New London Spicer, present. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, Cass Lake, present.
Becker Finn, Cass Lake, present. Bennett.
Bennett, Albert Lee, present.
Bennett, Albert Lee, present. Berg.
Berg, Burnsville, present.
Berg, Burnsville, present. Bernardi.
Bernardi, New Brighton, present.
Bernardi, New Brighton, present. Bierman.
Bierman, Apple Valley, present.
Bierman, Apple Valley, present. Bliss.
Bliss, St. Paul, present.
Bliss, St. Paul, present. Bow.
Bo Chanhassen, present.
Bow, Chanhassen, present. Bolden.
Bolden, Rochester, present.
Bolden, Rochester, present. Burkle.
Burkle, Skagen Township, present.
Burkle, Skagen Township, present. Carlson. Carlson, St. Paul, present. Christensen.
Christensen, Stillwater, present.
Christensen, Stillwater, present. Daniels.
Daniels, St. Paul, present.
Daniels, St. Paul, present. Daudt. Daudt, St. Paul, present. Davids.
Davids, Brown County, present.
Davids, Brown County, present. Davney.
Davney, St. Paul, present.
Davney, St. Paul, present. Damuth. Damuth.
Damuth, present. Cold Spring.
Damuth, Cold Spring, present. Detmer.
Detmer, St. Paul, present.
Detmer, St. Paul, present. Drazkowski.
Druskowski, Winona, present.
Drazkowski, Winona, present. Eklund.
Eklund, St. Paul, present.
Eklund, St. Paul, present. Edelson.
Edelson, Edina, present.
Edelson, Edina, present. Elkins.
Elkins, St. Paul, present.
Elkins, St. Paul, present. Erickson.
Erickson, St. Paul, present.
Erickson, St. Paul, present. Feist.
Feist, St. Paul, present.
Feist, St. Paul, present. Fisher.
Fisher, St. Paul, present.
Fisher, St. Paul, present. Frankie.
Frankie, St. Paul Park, present.
Frankie, St. Paul Park, present. Franzen. Franzen.
Alexandria Township, present.
Franzen, Alexandria Township, present. Fraser.
Fraser, New Hope, present.
Fraser, New Hope, present. Frederick.
Frederick Mankato, present.
Frederick, Mankato, present. Freiburg.
Freiburg, Golden Valley, present.
Freiburg, Golden Valley, present. Garofalo.
Garofalo, Farmington. Garofalo, Farmington, present.
Garofalo, Farmington, present. Gomez.
Gomez, Minneapolis, present.
Gomez, Minneapolis, present. Green.
Green, Detroit Lakes, present.
Green, Detroit Lakes, present. Greenman.
Greenman, St. Paul, present.
Greenman, St. Paul, present. Grossel, excused. Grunhagen.
Grunhagen, Glencoe, present.
Grunhagen, Glencoe, present. Haley. Haley. Hamilton.
Haley, Red Wing, present.
Haley, Red Wing, present. Hamilton.
Hamilton, St. Paul, present.
Hamilton, St. Paul, present. Hanson R.
Hanson R., St. Paul, present.
Hanson R, St. Paul, present. Hanson J.
Hanson J., St. Paul, present.
Hanson J, St. Paul, present. Hassan.
Hassan, Minneapolis, present.
Hassan, Minneapolis, present. Houseman.
Houseman, St. Paul, present.
Houseman, St. Paul, present. Heinrich.
Heinrich, St. Paul, present.
Heinrich, St. Paul, present. Heinzman.
Heinzman, Nisswa, present.
Heinzman, Nisswa, present. Her, St. Paul, present. Hertas.
Hertas, Greenfield, present.
Hertas, Greenfield, present. Hollins.
Collins, St. Paul, present.
Hollins, St. Paul, present. Hornstein.
Ornstein, Minneapolis, present.
Hornstein, Minneapolis, present. Howard.
Howard, Richfield, present.
Howard, Richfield, present. Hewitt.
Hewitt, Rosemount, present.
Hewitt, Rosemount, present. Igo.
Igo, St. Paul, present.
Igo, St. Paul, present. Johnson.
Johnson, St. Paul, present.
Johnson, St. Paul, present. Jordan.
Jordan, St. Paul, present.
Jordan, St. Paul, present. Jurgens.
Jurgens, St. Paul, present.
Jurgens, St. Paul, present. Keeler.
Keeler, St. Paul, present.
Keeler, St. Paul, present. Keel.
Hill, Hammond Township, present.
Keel, Hammond Township, present. Cleveland.
Cleveland, Plymouth, present.
Cleveland, Plymouth, present. Kegel.
Kegel, Spring Lake Park, present.
Kegel, Spring Lake Park, present. Katiza-Wattoon.
Katiza-Wattoon, Eden Prairie, present.
Katiza-Wattoon, Eden Prairie, present. Kosnick.
Cosmic, St. Paul, present.
Kosnick, St. Paul, present. Creshaw.
Creshaw, Little Falls, present.
Creshaw, Little Falls, present. Lee.
Lee, Minneapolis, present.
Lee, Minneapolis, present. Liebling.
Liebling, Rochester, present.
Liebling, Rochester, present. Lilly.
Lily, North St. Paul, present.
Lilly, North St. Paul, present. Lippert.
Lippert, Northfield, present.
Lippert, Northfield, present. Listlegard.
Listlegard, St. Paul, present.
Listlegard, St. Paul, present. Long.
Long, St. Paul, present.
Long, St. Paul, present. Lucero.
Lucero, St. Paul, present.
Lucero, St. Paul, present. Lewick.
Lewick, Aiken, present.
Lewick, Aiken, present. Mariani.
Mariani, St. Paul, present.
Mariani, St. Paul, present. Markward.
Marquardt, St. Paul, present.
Markward, St. Paul, present. Mason.
Mason, Egan, present.
Mason, Egan, present. McDonald.
McDonald, St. Paul, present.
McDonald, St. Paul, present. Mecklin.
Hi, Doggo.
Mecklin, Sherburne County, present.
Mecklin, Sherburne County, present. Miller. Miller, St. Paul, present. Moeller.
Moeller, Shoreview, present.
Moeller, Shoreview, present. Moran.
Moran, St. Paul, present.
Moran, St. Paul, present. Morrison.
Morrison, Deep Haven, present.
Morrison, Deep Haven, present. Mortensen.
Mortensen, St. Paul, present.
Mortensen, St. Paul, present. Mueller. Mueller, St. Paul, present. Munson.
Munson, Lincoln Township, present.
Munson, Lincoln Township, present. Murphy.
Murphy, Hermantown, present.
Murphy, Hermantown, present. Nash.
Nash from Waconia, present.
Nash, Waconia, present. Nelson M.
Nelson M. Brooklyn Park, present.
Nelson M. Brooklyn Park, present. Nelson N.
Nelson N. Clover Township, present.
Nelson N. Clover Township, present. New Brindley. New Brindley, St. Paul, present. Norr.
Norr, Minneapolis, present.
Norr, Minneapolis, present. Novotny.
Novotny, St. Paul, present.
Novotny, St. Paul, present. O'Driscoll.
O'Driscoll, Sartell, present.
O'Driscoll, Sartell, present. Olson B.
Olson B. St. Paul, present.
Olson B. St. Paul, present. Olson L.
Olson L. Duluth, present.
Olson L. Duluth, present. O'Neill.
O'Neill, Maple Lake, present.
O'Neill, Maple Lake, present. Pulowski.
Pulowski, Winona, present.
Pulowski, Winona, present. Petersburg.
Petersburg, St. Paul, present.
Petersburg, St. Paul, present. Farr.
Farr, St. Paul, present.
Farr, St. Paul, present. Pearson.
Pearson, Rochester Township, present.
Pearson, Rochester Township, present. Pinto.
Pinto, St. Paul, present.
Pinto, St. Paul, present. Poston.
Poston, Lakeshore, present.
Poston, Lakeshore, present. Pryor.
Pryor, Duluth, present.
Pryor, Duluth, present. Quam. Quam, St. Paul, present. Raleigh.
Raleigh, St. Paul, present.
Raleigh, St. Paul, present. Rasmussen. Rasmussen, St. Paul, present. Ryer.
Pryor, Egan, present.
Ryer, Egan, present. Richardson.
Richardson, Mendota Heights, present.
Richardson, Mendota Heights, present. Robbins. Robbins, St. Paul, present. Sandell.
Sandell, Woodbury, present.
Sandell, Woodbury, present. Sandsted.
Sandsted, Hibbing, present.
Sandsted, Hibbing, present. Schumacher.
Schumacher, Laverne, present.
Schumacher, Laverne, present. Schultz.
Schultz, St. Paul, present.
Schultz, St. Paul, present. Scott.
Scott, Andover, present.
Scott, Andover, present. Stevenson.
Stevenson, Coon Rapids, present.
Stevenson, Coon Rapids, present. Sundin.
Sundin, Carlton County, present.
Sundin, Carlton County, present. Swazinski.
Swazinski, Nordland Township, present.
Swazinski, Nordland Township, present. Tice.
Tice, St. Paul, present.
Tice, St. Paul, present. Thompson.
Thompson, St. Paul, present.
Thompson, St. Paul, present. Torkelson.
Torkelson, St. Paul, present.
Torkelson, St. Paul, present. Erdahl.
Erdahl, St. Paul, present.
Erdahl, St. Paul, present. Vang.
Vang, St. Paul, present.
Vang, St. Paul, present. Waslowick.
Waslowick, White Bear Township, present.
Waslowick, White Bear Township, present. West.
West Blaine, present.
West, Blaine, present. Winkler. Winkler, St. Paul, present. Walgamot. Walgamot, St. Paul, present. Zhang Jie.
St. Paul, present.
Zhang Jie, St. Paul, present. Zhang T.
Zhang T, St. Paul, present.
Zhang T, St. Paul, present. Joachim.
Joachim Hopkins, present.
Joachim Hopkins, present. Speaker Hartman. Speaker Hartman, St. Paul, present.
The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. The clerk will read the journal of the preceding day.
Journal of the House, 92nd Session, 2021, 23rd day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Wednesday, March 10th, 2021.
If there is no objection, further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Reports of standing committees and divisions. A copy of this order of business is online. If there is no objection, the reports will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the reports are adopted. Second reading of House files.
Second reading House File number 502.
Second reading.
Second reading House File 922.
Second reading.
Second reading House File 947.
Second reading.
Second reading House File 1203.
Second reading.
Second reading House File 1218.
Second reading.
Second reading House File 1306.
Second reading.
Second reading House File 1350.
Second
Second
reading.
reading House File 1432.
Second reading.
Second reading House File 1526.
Second reading.
Second reading House File 1543.
Second
Second
reading.
reading House File 1863.
Second reading.
And second reading House File 1898.
Second reading. Introduction of bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The Chief Clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction of first reading of House Files 2114 through 2173.
First reading House files 2114 through 2173. Messages from the Senate.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Daudt.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Madam Speaker, wondering if we have Senate File 263 here at the desk. That was the PPP exemption that the Senate passed on such a wide bipartisan vote earlier today. Wondering if that's been delivered here to the House.
The bill was amended on the Senate floor and still in the revisor's office being engrossed.
The bill was amended on the Senate floor and it's still in the revisor's office being engrossed. Representative Daudt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you could have our staff check on the status of that and how soon that might be here. I would intend, because of the importance of that bill and the fact that that bill, those tax bills are going to be due on the 15th of March, and the fact that it had such a broad bipartisan vote in the Senate, I intend to bring that bill up for immediate consideration today in the House. So if you could have them check on the status and then report back of how soon we can expect it today.
Message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate files herewith transmitted. Senate file numbers 659 and 672. The message is signed Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate files.
First reading of Senate file number 659, an act relating to construction codes. Eklund moved that Senate file number 659 and House file number 682, now on the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
First reading Senate file number 672, an act relating to natural resources. Becker Finn moved that Senate file number 672 and House file number 696, now on the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Daudt, state your parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah, wondering what the status of that Senate File 263 is and when we could expect it here in the House.
We haven't had a chance to call, but we have to call the Senate desk and then they have to call the revisor's office.
Representative Daudt, we will let you know as soon as we have word.
Madam Speaker, what's the process for me to bring that up? I don't want to pass the messages from the Senate and first reading of Senate files item on our agenda and not have an opportunity to bring that up for immediate consideration. So if you'd like, I could make a motion for us to recess before we leave this agenda item until we have the bill, or we could put this agenda item, repeat it again on the back end of our agenda so that we come back to it.
Yep.
Representative Daudt, can you clarify what your current inquiry is? If you had a question for me.
My question was, what is the process? But I think I've thought through it in my own mind, and I think what my intent is that I'll ask again as we move through the session today if that bill is here yet. And if it is, I'll make a motion at that time to revert to messages from the Senate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there's no objection, we will take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail.
Thompson moves that House File number 784 be recalled from the Committee on Judiciary, Finance, and Civil Law and be re-referred to the Committee on Workforce and Business Development, Finance, and Policy.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Thompson, to your motion.
Thank you, Jim. I just recommend this House file be moved from Representative Becker Finn to Job and Representative Norris committee.
Representative Thompson, we're having a little bit of difficulty hearing you.
I have an audio. Recommending that the file be moved.
If you could briefly describe the nature of the bill, that's the custom of the House? Briefly.
I'm having audio problems, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Sure.
This is a bill relating to state government appropriating money directed to addressing systemic racism. And so what we're trying to do is move this bill from Becker Finn's elections to refer it to jobs.
All those in favor of the Thompson motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails.
Erdahl moves that House File Number 2058 be recalled from the Committee on Education Finance and be referred to the Committee on Legacy Finance.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is my bill, and it deals with helping to write curriculum for our indigenous tribes in Minnesota to be used as an option by our public schools. I have talked to both the chairs about this, and they are in agreement that it should go from education finance to legacy. Thank you.
Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the Erdahl motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails.
Daudt moves that House Concurrent Resolution Number 1 be recalled from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration and be placed upon its adoption.
Representative Daudt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Today is just a couple of days before an anniversary that, frankly, I wish we weren't still talking about in the Minnesota House of Representatives. Saturday will mark 1 year of Governor Walz's emergency powers. 1 year. Saturday will mark 1 year of House Democrats' failure to act, of House Democrats' failure to be involved in the process, and of House Democrats' failure to do their job. Our constituents want and expect better of us. 1 year, members. 1 year. So this is our last session and our last opportunity to weigh in and let the governor know that the legislature wants to be involved in the process. Because it dawned on me recently that based on your actions and your lack of hearings and your lack of interest in anything related to COVID, that you don't want to be involved in the process. And I'm not sure that he knows you do want to be involved in the process. So today is a very important day for us to talk about how important it is that the legislature step up and take on its role as a co-equal branch of government. That we step up and we respond to COVID alongside the governor. And as COVID is winding down, and as the vaccines are getting distributed, and as our numbers on COVID are crashing, that we take a role in reopening this state, that we take a role in making sure that Minnesotans are prepared to be successful when we're looking at COVID in our rearview mirror. And it's not over yet, but we're looking at the end. And members, if you haven't been watching the numbers, you should take a look. because it is time that we reopen this state. And it's time that this body step up and actually let the governor know that we showed up for work today. And that while we're here, we'd like to do our jobs. Because members, I'm tired. I'm tired of my constituents calling me and texting me and emailing me and messaging me on social media, saying that they like me to do this or that, or they'd like me to tell this person that, or make sure that we get this opened up or that opened up. Or let's be cautious, because I've had some of those too. And the only response I can give to them is, I need you to reach out to the governor's office. And then they contact me back and they say, I tried. I haven't heard from anybody. Our constituents can't they can, but no, they don't get a response. And this governor can't reasonably take into account the opinions of 5.6 million Minnesotans who, by the way, care about this issue deeply. And they want to make sure that their voices are heard at the Capitol. You know what's really great? As it turns out, we have a House of Representatives. And they have somebody here at the Capitol who can speak for them. But unfortunately, Democrats just want to silence us. And not just us, themselves. There isn't any interest by the other party. I think about what we could have done over the last year. I think about all the missed opportunities. Do you know at home, if you're watching, that members of the House of Representatives don't have hearings on the emergency orders? We don't. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think that's okay. Now, I can understand, because I'm in the opposite party, and I know what I'm saying is going to be frustrating, because what people at home don't want is they don't want two parties that fight with each other. They want two parties that work together. And I assure you, they also want an executive branch that works with the legislative branch. That's what Minnesotans expect of us. But I can understand, and I'd give you a little bit of a pass to say, yeah, maybe you think what I'm trying to say or do is partisan and you don't want to hear my opinion. Because sometimes that is the case in this body. Hasn't been the case this year, but it is the case sometimes. But Democrats in the House of Representatives haven't even done what the governor asked. He sent a letter months ago saying, you know, I'll give up my emergency powers if you do these things. We haven't had hearings on those things in the House. Those bills haven't come to the House floor for passage. Those are things the governor asked you to do, and you're not even doing that. Now that's the end of me nagging on you, okay? I know you don't like it. It's tough to hear. Every bit of it's true, but it's tough to hear. But I want you to think about what you were elected to do. And when you stood here on your first day, whether that was this year or whether that was 30 years ago, you raised your right hand and took an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States. And in your mind, you thought, you know what? I'm going to do the best job that I can do here. On that day, were you thinking, oh no, I'm going to be partisan. I'm going to be partisan. I'm not going to do anything the other side wants, and I'm going to only do what I want. Nobody thought that. Not a single member of this body thought that on their first day. And Minnesotans know that that's not what we believe. But when I watch the actions of what actually happens here, it is frustrating. It's frustrating for us, but but imagine how frustrating it is for the people at home. Why does this have to be a divisive issue? Why can't the legislature step up and just do its job? We were all elected to do it. It's not even that difficult. Have a few hearings, take some input, review some data, and weigh in on what the governor's been doing by himself for the last 12 months. You know what? He got some stuff really right in the last 12 months. He did some stuff really well. And he did some stuff not so well. But I'm not standing here today to talk about what he did great or what he didn't do great. That's not what this is about. This conversation is about us working with the governor. This is the 16th time where you will take a vote where you can say, I either want to weigh in and be part of the solution, I want to work with the governor, alongside the governor, I want to have hearings, I want to take input from my constituents. Or again, for the 16th time, we can say, nope, it just seems like so much work, and why don't we just let the governor do it all? And then you've got to tell your constituents when they contact you, you know what? You got to contact the governor, because the House of Representatives has decided that we don't want to have any say in what's going on. And while it's easy for you, Mr. or Mrs. Constituent, to pick up your phone and to call me, and we can have a conversation, it's impossible for you to reach somebody in the governor's office. But you know what? The House of Representatives just thinks it's better if you reach out to them, because it's scary for us to do our jobs here. So much work. Well, I made a promise to my constituents. And mine was 10 years ago. How many years ago was your promise? Was it too long ago that you can't really remember?
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Winkler, please state your point of order.
Madam Speaker, we've been listening to several minutes of nothing but personalities in this debate. Representative Daudt is out of order. The issue before us is the recall of this resolution from the Rules Committee for adoption. It is not about whether people feel good or feel bad or feel scared. Please direct the member to confine his remarks to the issue before the body and avoid personalities.
Representative Daudt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. Thank you, Representative Winkler. But that is what this argument's about. Because today, this decision is, in the very last opportunity that we have before 1 year is up, do we want to do our jobs? Or do we want to block other legislators from doing their jobs? And that may not be the way you see it, but that is the perception. And perception is reality. Because when you continually defeat this motion to end the emergency powers, and I think there might be some misinformation here, and I hear it messaged regularly and frequently that, you know, we can't end the emergency powers because we need to keep people safe. The pandemic's not over. This isn't about that. This is about the legislature working with the governor to decide what's best for the state of Minnesota. Because, and this is the really novel idea, because we were elected to do that. I know, it seems kind of weird, right? Yep. We were elected to do exactly that. So that is exactly what this is about. And it is about the choice that you want to make today. For the 16th time that we vote on this in the last 12 months, are we going to step up and respond in a way that respects our constituents? and also that respects the governor? Because I can assure you that the way the governor has been treating the legislature has been very disrespectful. It's not okay for the governor to think that he can just have emergency powers in perpetuity. And if he calls you and encourages you not to support this motion because we need to do this or need to do that, that's not okay. That's not okay. And if you've got people that in your caucus that are telling you, no, let's just, we can't do something that'll make the governor look bad. This isn't about making the governor look bad. Governor, thank you for doing what you have done. Thank you for getting the baton this far in the race, because now we're going to take it and we're going to run right alongside of you across the finish line. It's what I'm saying today, and it's what I said on the very first motion 12 months ago, or whatever it was, 11 months ago probably. It is time that we step up and do our jobs. I know there are some other members, Madam Speaker, that want to speak to this motion. So I'm just going to ask folks to ponder and think for yourself. What was going through your mind and what was in your heart on the very first day that you got sworn in, when you raised your hand and you swore an oath to the Constitution? Is this last year what you anticipated? It wasn't for me. Maybe it was for you. That's okay. The great part about this state and this form of government is we can agree to disagree, and we can have really great debates about it here on the floor, and we can enlighten and educate each other. And I say enlighten because sometimes we get so stuck on our own position that we forget to realize that others may not have the same position and perspective. But I want you to think back to that first day when you raised your hand, to what was in your heart and what was in your mind, and ask yourself, am I capable of doing this job? Am I capable, when I say this job, I don't mean be a representative. Are you capable of managing this pandemic alongside the governor, or are you not? I think that's the question before this body today. And I think it's poignant to spend some time today talking about it and reflecting on it. So I'm going to ask you each to search your heart for the answer to that question. Are you capable of managing this pandemic alongside this governor? Because that's the vote that you're going to take today. And Madam Speaker, I know there are other members that want to speak. I'm going to come back and give the closing speech on this as the maker of the motion when we conclude. So thank you.
The member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm sure just like you, you're very frustrated. I know I am. I have constituents call me constantly with issues they're having with various emergency orders, and I can do nothing. Nothing except refer them to the governor's office. And that's why I want to speak in support of this resolution. It's not fair to the people in my district to have no voice in these things. Some of the emergency orders are working well, and some are not. And I'll share one that's definitely not. And that one is the eviction moratorium emergency order. Now, there's a lot of people with genuine needs, and we don't want to see them evicted due to loss of income and things like that because of various shutdowns and COVID issues. But at the same time, there are many people who are taking advantage of this. And as a legislator, I can do nothing about that except refer them to the governor's office, and they tell me they try to call and they can't get through. Members, I have a retired couple in my district who just called me a couple of days ago. They're not professional landlords. They're retired, and they have a couple of rental units that they have for their supplemental income. Now the husband's recuperating from a terrible fall. 14 months ago, their renter, one of their renters, stopped paying his rent and hasn't paid since for 14 months. They were just starting the eviction process when the COVID things hit and the governor created his emergency order for no evictions. This renter has a job. During those 14 months, he's bought a new car, and this couple can do nothing. And they're incredibly frustrated, and my heart was breaking for them because they're trying to, help the husband recuperate. They need funds and they can't get them. I've had other landlords contact me. Some of them are, they have somebody who's already still working and the person's not paying their rent. We have to be able to do something, and yet as a legislature, we're not able to do that because we're left out of the process. It's time to get the legislature back in the process, work together with the governor, determine what's working and what's not with these emergency orders, and bring us back to the co-equal 3-branch government that we're supposed to be, members. So thank you, and I sure hope we can get something done this time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Scott, Representative Mortensen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's just uncanny that every time I make this same motion, the other Republican caucus makes the motion the same day. What are the odds? But I don't really care. I don't have the ego that requires the credit for this. All I care about is getting this across the finish line. And like everybody else has said, I've been telling people, constituents, that there's very little we can do when we have taken this motion up, actually 17 times now. It's not 16. Today's the 17th time, but Minority Leader Daudt just chose not to vote for this the first time this came up.
Madam Speaker.
Please state your name.
Madam Speaker, Representative Koznick.
Representative Koznick, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry. Are personalities not permitted in debates? And the Speaker is questioning other members' personalities and motives and other caucuses' motives.
Representative Koznick, you would need to rise under a point of order. Masons, I believe it's section 124, but I will just instruct the members of the body that it is the issue which is in debate and not the personalities. So if you're not talking about the merits of the motion, then you're not talking about the right thing. So please confine your discussion to the merits of the motion. Representative Mortensen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will do so. I just thought it was important to correct the record. But like I was saying, I've instructed many constituents to reach out to the governor in particular, and they've told me the same thing, that he doesn't return calls, he doesn't return emails. In fact, I have personally visited the governor's office several times since I've been here, and the door is locked, you cannot enter, you knock, nobody answers the door, you call the phone number on the door, it doesn't even ring, it just goes to a voicemail. Now, with the governor usurping the legislature, leaving him to be the only one to go and address issues to, and he does not show up to work, it leaves the entire state stymied and wondering how on earth do they get their voices heard. As what's already been said, in 2 days, it will have been a year. And Chapter 12, the spirit of Chapter 12 is very obvious. It says the governor can declare unilaterally, unfortunately, an emergency to last 5 days. So the legislature can convene and, if necessary, extend it up to 30 days. Well, we're here. The body's present. We want to be engaged. At least most of us want to be engaged. There's no need to suspend our constitutional republic. And just over a month ago, 111 members of this body pledged to reaffirm their support of our democratic process. Yet continually, 17 times as of today, I'm sure, unfortunately, the majority members of this body refuse to assert and use the democratic process. I have met with my constituents in my district, and on top of that, I have heard from business owners all across the state that have made 2 800-mile road trips in the last 3 months to go talk to people, business owners, and make sure their voices were heard. I met a guy named Joe up in East Grand Forks. He owns Joe's Diner. His birthday was this week. He just turned 20. This 20-year-old has 2 restaurants and a food truck. This is the type of person that we should want to have in Minnesota. According to the Chamber of Commerce's annual report, Minnesota is 49th in entrepreneurship, essentially dead last. These sort of young, innovative entrepreneurs is what we need for a thriving economy. But Joe's Diner overlooks North Dakota. And he reached out to the mayor of Grand Forks, North Dakota. And the mayor of Grand Forks said, come on over, you're welcome here. So we are losing Joe and his diner because of the governor's actions and the refusal of this body to reassert itself and restore the constitutional balance of power. Just last weekend, I was up in the Iron Range, and I met with business owners in Hibbing, in Aurora, and Virginia, and we got their voices heard because they are tired of the representation that they have, and they want to be heard, and they want to be allowed to be open. And every time now, probably 17 times as of today, when we don't pass this resolution, the message that Minnesotans hear is loud and clear. And what they hear from us is that the House DFL members of this body do not trust them. They do not trust the city council members, that House Democrats don't trust school board members, county board members, business owners, teachers. They don't trust Minnesotans. Because I think what we fail to recognize is one man does not need to rule over the whole state. There are many different forms of government across the state, and right down to the individual level. We should be allowing individuals to manage their own affairs and trusting individuals to manage their own affairs and make their own decisions. It's at that local level where we are most nimble. And if the justification for 1 year of emergency powers is being nimble, well, it doesn't get more nimble than letting individuals manage their own affairs. But I suspect, as I've said, that this will be the 17th time that this goes down in flames because of a lack of trust in Minnesotans. And I find it shameful that so many people have lost faith in their common or in mankind, and they choose to empower one person for an entire year. But this is why I'm introducing the Unilateral Emergency Powers Repeal Act that will remove the governor's unilateral powers to declare himself the king of Minnesota. And even more importantly, well, it'll empower the legislature instead. And then it'll have a citizen bill of rights to make sure that the rights of Minnesotans are never trampled on again by one individual. That's the long-term solution. Today, of course, and the urgent need is lifting the emergency powers. And I recognize I'm one of very few business people that is a member of this body. But in the business world, we often look at the 4 quadrants of what is urgent and important. And the items that are high in urgency and high in importance deserve and require immediate attention. So I hope for a yes vote on this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So I've listened a lot to members bring this kind of a resolution, and most of the time I'm silent because the same arguments are made over and over. And interestingly, this happens most often on a day when session is supposed to be short, because in fact, the legislature is working very hard to meet deadlines and do its work. And yet, here we have again this debate. And so thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to respond to some of what I've heard, because it is 1 year that we've been going through this or thereabouts. And I would characterize it this way. We've had 1 year of obstructionism from Republicans. We've had 1 year of blame about the pandemic. And we've had a year with a lot of callous and reckless disregard for the lives of Minnesotans. That is what 1 year marks for me. that we've heard this resolution or something similar over and over and over again. And it is frustrating. My constituents are not asking me to open everything up. They're not, because they realize that the problem here is the pandemic. The problem is not the response to the pandemic. And yes, it's been a very difficult year for Minnesotans. It's been a very difficult year for our country. 500,000 plus people are dead in this country because of the pandemic. Because through much of the last year, we've been managed from the top, from Washington, D.C., by a president who denied the very existence of the pandemic and denied the importance of the pandemic and told everybody it was going to go away and denied the need to wear masks and gave mixed messages all over the place. And we are still suffering from that. And I'm really sorry to hear my Republican colleagues still muddying the waters and giving Minnesotans confusing and difficult messages about this. You know, Republicans say that you want to be co-equal, and you say that you don't want to have to respond to your constituents, that you can't do anything. Well, telling your constituents you can't do anything is the wrong response. We are legislators, we are in session, and we can pass legislation. That is our job. We can pass legislation. I was really interested to hear Representative Bennett talking about how she can't represent her constituents and talking about constituents. And I had the opportunity to look on the website and see what bills she's put forward and see what bills she's signed on to. And I did not see a one that dealt with the eviction issue. Not one bill to try to attempt to fix the problem, to make any change to the problem. Filing bills is the tool that we have. We can talk to our colleagues. If we're in the minority, we can talk to members in the majority. We can try to problem solve. We can be doing our work and making an impact. So this continuous line of argument that we are somehow cut off and doing nothing is just plain baloney. Or I should say now the word is malarkey. This is malarkey. And I'm frankly tired of hearing it. So, you know, are we capable of managing alongside the governor? Well, here's the problem, members. You just heard from one member talking about how we should trust individuals. The problem is, this is a public health problem. And we need individuals to all cooperate. We need people to line up, at least going in the same direction in order to defeat the pandemic. Now, some of you I know think, okay, pandemic's over. Well, I have extremely bad news to bring you today. And that is today, the Department of Health has announced, just announced really, that the South African variant of the COVID virus has been found in Minnesota now. And we know already we've had an outbreak of cases of the British variant. So I wish that we could all say, done, over, pandemic over. Let's all stop having to take any protective measures. Let's go back to normal. Let's eat in restaurants. Let's shop in stores. Let's go without our masks. Let's visit our grandchildren. But you know what? Unfortunately, the pandemic is not over. And having members continuously tell the public that it is, and that they themselves are powerless, and that we are not working, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It might be a great political message, but it's really a terrible public health message. You know, I've said before, Governor Walz has not made perfect decisions. Our Department of Health has not done things perfectly because we've been learning as we go. Nobody in this world of ours knew exactly what to do or what this thing was. We know a little better now, but now we've got some other unknowns coming at us. But this continuous harping on just end it is completely unhelpful. It is unhelpful to your own constituents who need to hear a consistent message from you that you take this thing seriously. This disease killed a senator in Minnesota, Senator Ralph, died from COVID disease. Other members of our own body have had the disease. This is nothing to play around with. And so I hope we can get beyond this. We are trying to finish our work today and go back and work in our committees and hear bills and put bills on the governor's desk and put together a budget. And yes, we are working on COVID all the time through all of the work that we're doing. And thank goodness we have just now in Washington, D.C., we also have seen very good, important legislation passed that's also going to be of enormous help to us that was passed by Democrats in Congress and is going to be shortly signed by President Biden if it hasn't already. So if we could just hang together here and stop giving mixed messages to our constituents, we would be a whole lot better off. We could defeat this thing and we could get back to our regular lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I support the resolution being made. Just a little bit of a different take. I'm a wedding photographer, event photographer, and I just was at a wedding fair this past Saturday. So I deal with a lot of brides and parents and grandparents that have put their wedding off for the last year and now are very hesitant because the governor has given them no direction as to how they should proceed with this year. These are the most, other than giving birth to your children, the most important events of their life. And they're in a quandary. They've already canceled their wedding. Some of their grandparents and parents haven't been able to support them. They haven't been able to see them. And now they don't know what they should do. Should they put it off again? That means putting off their family, starting a family. They're in a very, very difficult situation. And the lack of leadership from the governor at this point, not in the past. As you said, Representative Lieveling, the governor was not perfect. Minnesota Department of Health did make some mistakes. So that was then, this is now. We're talking about this is now. The numbers at this point, over 70% of the seniors aged 65 and older have been vaccinated. Already 85% of the nursing homes have been vaccinated. The governor himself said by April, there'll be, 87% of those vaccinated over the age of 65. This is now. We need to move on with our lives. People are putting their lives on hold. We got a generation that is lost in the schools. That's going to take years to make up. But I want to talk about the emotional level of those who are trying to start their families and get married, and where there's no leadership from the governor, no answers. And yes, they do come to us for questions and answers and how we can get our state opened up and let our governor to inform us, or at least give us a permission that we can get married, or give us a timeline, a guideline. You know, the recent report in regards of states opening up, Minnesota ranks number 10 in states. And I'll just read the report. We are in the bottom 10 nationally in terms of reopening. For comparison, 3 of our neighboring states are in the top 10 most reopened. And another, Wisconsin, is in the middle. And they're doing so successfully. And their numbers are drastically down. COVID is down. Our vaccines are working. It's a rebirth. Easter is approaching. Last year, we weren't able to go to Easter Mass. Churches were closed. I think we could understand that a year ago. But times are different now. We know so much more. We are better educated, more prepared. The vaccines are working, the treatments are working, and the numbers are falling, skyrocketing. Now it's time to open up. Governor, it is time to release and get rid of your emergency powers. It simply is not necessary anymore. That is what I am hearing in my district, that it's time to open up. It's time to get rid of your emergency powers. Matter of fact, they tell me the only emergency is getting rid of the governor's emergency powers. We have to move on with our life. We can't be stagnant and then just waiting. Oh, Governor, when will you let us open up and go to our proms and our graduations and get married and go to funerals? Governor Walz, you did some good things. Thank you. You've made some mistakes. We all do. We're human. But this is now. We must open up. We must end his emergency powers and let the legislature go to work and at least give some hope. Hope and prosperity for our constituents. Hope that we can get on with our lives, start our families, open our businesses, go to ball games again. We still will be responsible. You seem to think that we don't care or we have a cavalier attitude to it. No, not at all. We've been very careful, wearing our masks, staying distance, socially distanced, washing our hands, being good stewards and companions to our families and loved ones, and that we will continue to do so. But the governor just simply has to get rid of his emergency powers, open up our states, because the other states are doing it, and they're doing it successfully. And we're seeing their lives move on and living good, productive lives while COVID continues to drop. So Governor Walz and Representative Daudt, I agree with you. We need to get this resolution to the House floor and end the governor's emergency powers once and for all. It is time, a year later. So that is the message for today. And that's no malarkey. Governor Walz, it's time to end your emergency powers.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I don't believe I've ever spoken, at least to my recollection, on this topic that's before us about ending the emergency powers. But I know that we're coming up quickly on the 52nd week anniversary of the 2-week shutdown that we needed to do and were advised to do to help to stand up hospitals and emergency rooms and to get ready for the pandemic. And I am very pleased that we didn't need to have or use the amount of resources that we had anticipated that we did or would have had to have. If you remember, we had Navy ships that were coming to the shores of our coast to take the sick, the elderly, the infirm who will be affected by this. But we have been in Minnesota pretty good shape as far as the number of deaths when you put those up against other communities. And the overreaching and overriding factor that we kept hearing was, we all have to make sacrifices. We all have to do our parts. And as we come up on the first anniversary of this, I think that many Minnesotans have given more than they had ever expected or should have been expected of them. And some have stepped up to give, who have been giving again as a result of this. And the calls that I'm getting are from parents about graduations, people who have loved ones who are in nursing homes or long-term care facilities who they haven't been able to see for quite a long time. They're aged, they have memory issues, and they're hoping that one more time, maybe one more time, before that parent or that loved one is unable to recognize them, they can get into a nursing home or to a long-term care facility and see them, hold them, embrace them, and wish them well. One last time. That's the sacrifice that some people in my district are making right now. Another set of sacrifices that people are making. Loved ones are dying. We have large families from where I'm at, kind of in between the lake country and the urbanized area of the Twin Cities. We have a lot of farm area and a lot of large families. They're hoping that they would be able to have a wedding where they could attend with all of their family members. But now they have to pick and choose which family members can come to a family celebration or a family memorial service or a funeral. That's really hard for people to make that decision when a loved one has died. You're able to attend, you're not able to attend. You can sit at home and watch it being live streamed as the funeral home or the church where the service is being held will gladly broadcast it into your home. They cannot be with one another when families need to be together. I think they've done their part. Maybe they've gone beyond doing their part. I remember being in St. Paul at the time that the governor issued the emergency order, and there were a lot of tents that were stood up in St. Paul for the annual St. Patrick's Day celebrations that would happen. And the investment that those businesses made was lost. They were not able to recover from that or recoup those costs on St. Patrick's Day weekend, beginning the unofficial rite of spring here in Minnesota, and particularly in the great city of St. Paul. I also recall these businesses having to be closed. These restaurants and these bars have to be closed. They were able to reopen, and then once again, they got the 1-2 punch. They had to close again. The number one thing I get from those bars and restaurants is I hope there's not a third round because we won't be able to come back. Have these businesses done their part? They've fallen on some tough luck as a result of COVID. They're hanging in there. They're trying to keep body and soul together for their businesses. Some of the businesses in my community were hoping to be able to keep a generation transfer of mom and dad passing their business down from that they've received from their parents and so forth. The next generation is saying there really isn't a value into our business anymore when it's closed. How are we going to be able to get financing to be able to purchase a business that doesn't have an income statement that can support, at least to the lender's satisfaction, the ability to justify a loan? Folks, I do believe that they have given and have sacrificed. Now that we're getting into spring again and we're coming up on the first anniversary, I'm getting our local veterans groups who I've helped for a number of years plan their Memorial Day services to honor people who have given the ultimate sacrifice for this country. And there's a group of veterans who want to be able to know if they're going to have give an additional sacrifice to this country by a second year not being able to have a Memorial Day service that the public can attend. In my community, what we do is we bring out the Sartell St. Stephen High School marching band, and they do the same thing with the Sauk Rapids Rice High School, bring the band, and they perform, and parents come, and parents and grandparents tell the young children the purpose and meaning of Memorial Day. We have speakers that come in. We have dignitaries that come in. We have over 400 people that attend the service in Sartell when you factor in the bands, the parents, the attendees, the veterans. And I know the same thing is true in Sauk Rapids because I've been asked to speak at that service in the past as well. And remember, the purpose of Veterans Day is to remember the sacrifice that these people have given as members of our military with their very lives. And now we're going to ask them to sacrifice again. Raleigh, a good friend of mine, and I believe he's the oldest World War II living veteran in Sartell, oftentimes attends and is the chaplain of the local Legion Club. I wonder if I'll ever see Raleigh alive again. I made sure that Raleigh had the chance to speak one year to the kids at the Sartell Middle School to tell his story as a 92-year-old veteran at that point. The kids were just enamored to hear his story. I haven't seen Raleigh since COVID has hit. I'm hoping Raleigh will be able to be with us at a Memorial Day service this year. Raleigh's aged a few years. Raleigh's brother Philip died as well in World War II. He's buried 10 graves away from General Patton. I think that their family has given an awful lot. And I know Raleigh would like to see people be safe, but he'd also like to see people be able to get back to their normal lives. As he's told me time and time again, that's what I fought for, is our American dream. As I conclude my thoughts today about the sacrifices that have been given, I certainly hope that the governor will come out soon and tell Minnesotans what his plan is, at least at a higher level of how he plans to open Minnesota, so that we can take our dedicated resources and limited resources that we have to support that cause. I continue to meet with constituent groups. I continue to meet with advocacy groups who say, we have a shortage in child daycare. We have a shortage in these areas. And the question that I ask them is, how do we know where to dedicate these resources once we begin to open up again? Can we open up again, Minnesota? Yes. Can we be safe about it? Yes. Can we be smart about it? I know we can, because Minnesotans, folks, act that way, are that way, watching out for one another. The fallacy is that if we do end the emergency powers, it doesn't mean that we end being smart and cautious about how we do things. It brings the 201 legislators that were elected by the people here in the state of Minnesota in November back to the table to represent the people. As we begin to think about St. Patrick's Day again this year, we've all fallen on some bad luck. And I'm hoping that that bad luck doesn't continue into a second year for Minnesotans. Madam Speaker and members, I strongly encourage us, if we are not able today to end the governor's emergency powers, that we take an extremely proactive approach as leaders in the House, working with the governor, to find a way to actually make progress to save Minnesota by cooperating and ending the emergency powers and bringing about an integrated legislative and administrative resolution to this. So members, the only thing I can encourage you to do today It's the only tool that's available to us is to vote yes, to try to grab the attention of the governor and those decision makers that can actually get to the table with the governor during these times to help Minnesotans to get back to a sense of normalcy. Remember, we are finishing an academic year last year where students have been compromised. We're in a second academic year. And I pray to the good Lord every night that we don't have a third year where we're going to be robbing the students of their future. And I once again want to thank the students, the parents, the teachers, the support staff in our schools who are trying their level best to educate our kids here in Minnesota. Thank you for that effort. Madam Speaker, thank you for the time today.
The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate this time. I have not spoken on this issue at all. And yet I live in rural Minnesota and hear about the frustration of being shut down daily. Representative Mortensen made that comment about Joe's Diner. Joe is back open, thank goodness, with some real challenges. He lost his food truck. I'm not sure if he's staying in Minnesota or not. I'm really hopeful he will make that choice, but at this point, he's really struggling. He's hoping to fill his restaurant. He was really trying hard to follow all the rules. And, it's really sad to look in the eyes of a young 19-year-old that's got hopes and dreams that are being crushed. And I can tell you, I saw those more than once and recognized when he was working other places just to keep his head above water. But I really, there are some other things that have come to light. I'm a grandmother, a very proud grandmother of 19 children. Of my grandchildren, I have 2 that are seniors. One is a homeschooler, and she can't do ballet. Governor Mankato has on again, off again, put ballet on the list. That was going to be a college major. I believe now she's kind of second guessing that. She has spent since she was 4 years old investing in ballet. And the challenges of the requirements for these young children or young people pursuing a career is making it very difficult for them. My other grandson is in hockey, and as you can all appreciate, someone got COVID, and now they're on the sidelines till hopefully he'll be able to play again for playoffs. But, it is part of COVID. We all understand that. But in the meantime, I believe we need to get back to business. We need to make sure that the restaurants, the small businesses are open. Rural Minnesota is full of small businesses that are struggling. I find it interesting when the governor shut down the most of the businesses in rural Minnesota in November. People had already managed to isolate, get their masks on, make sure that they were safe anyway before the government shut down. I watched that slow down. They were all making sure they were paying attention. And I would say that our citizens are smart. They listen to the information. The comment was made, we as legislators were creating the confusion. I can tell you that my constituents come to me every day and say, what about this, Deb? Have you read that? How do we know if masks are working or not? Do we know if we should be together or not? It is not, they're not foolish. They look for what they need to know and make sure that they protect their families and make their choices. And I believe that's what we need to be doing, is letting them make the decisions. I find it interesting that people at the end of their life, nursing homes, are really struggling and they need their families, and we need to be working on that. Representative Liebling, I have put bills in to go from the governor's executive order to be able to help our nursing homes, our assisted livings, help those people to be able to move forward and still take care of them as best we can. And that's a good point. I don't know if the public understands that when we work as a team on Zoom, how difficult that is. And I think if it's as difficult for us and the legislature, how is it for our students in school? I talked to a representative the other day, a Democrat member, and we were missing each other. We were having difficulty shifting a bill. that wouldn't have happened. We would have gotten done with a hearing, and we would have seen each other in the hearing, and we would have talked about it and worked together. That's my other frustration. How many members do we not know because we're not on the floor? We're not working together. We can figure out how to be safe and be on the floor and work with each other. We need to be in committees. We need to work together because that will make us more effective. And I believe that we are doing a disservice to our citizens when we're not actively on the floor of the House, in committee, working with each other, and being able to have constituents actually come into the building. Maybe we have to reduce that for a while, but we need to be more open in our legislative actions so that we can serve the citizens of Minnesota. I really would want to encourage us to pass this resolution and move on, get things ready, and ask the governor to pay attention and allow Minnesota to work together to open up our schools more fully. Some of them are. I have schools that are very successful at taking care of their students and others that are not. And it's just really disappointing that the schools themselves can't make more choices and decisions that are being controlled. I hear from many leaders that are very frustrated with this. With that, Madam Speaker, I would hope that we consider passing this resolution. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Zhang Jie. The member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It's been an entire year. And as I think back, I'm literally in my home right now preparing little packages to hand out at the St. Patty's Day Parade here in Maple Lake. I'm going to put together 200 little gifts for children as they drive by in their cars safely. It's been an entire year. I remember 1 year ago this time so well. I remember thinking and leaving St. Paul, coming back to Maple Lake thinking, are we going to stop the parade? Is the parade going? We were so uncertain. It was scary. It was historic. And here we are a year later, and we can look at everything that we've been through. You know, a year ago, my daughter was living here with me in my home. She's now 24. She's a radiologist technician and working as a CAT scan technician at Methodist Hospital. A year ago, she was just starting her new job as a technician doing CAT scans. And the pandemic was new, the variant was new, the virus was new. She was face to face with incredibly sick people. She, of course, didn't have enough PPE, and so I put the call out, and people brought and literally dropped off N95 masks at my front door, of course, socially distanced as they did it. I have been in the thick of this with my family. As you know, my granddaughter at that time was incredibly sick. She's had heart surgeries, and she was as vulnerable as they come. So our family protected her. We stayed home. I have not gotten COVID to this day. If I got it, I had no idea. I don't think I did. I did all the precautions. I stayed away from people. I stayed in my home a lot. My constituents did the best that they possibly could. Businesses have failed all around me. It's really, really heartbreaking to see that, statewide, we've had about 40% of our bars and restaurants close. In my community, we had a horrible tragedy, and we've come together and we are stronger than ever. It has been quite a year. But, you know, I've been very specially placed. I'm on the subcommittee on legislative process reform, members, and I am only one of 4 Republican members on that subcommittee. And since January 22nd, members, we have been working, listening, trying to figure out what to do with Chapter 12. Chapter 12, of course, for those in the public, that's where the emergency powers come from. But what's so frustrating to me, members, is that we met on January 22nd, January 29th, February 5th, February 12th, February 19th. And it wasn't until February 26th, 6 weeks into the committee, that we finally actually had a bill with a bill number to deal with Chapter 12. So the reason that we were there, as the majority leader likes to say over and over again, is that that's what we're supposed to be dealing with, any changes to Chapter 12, which is what we're talking about right now, the emergency powers. And members, we didn't even talk about it, a bill, an actual bill drafted as a bill, until February 26th, 6 weeks into this whole process. And a really bizarre thing happened on that day. Representative Sandstead brought her House File 1515, and, you know, the Republicans agreed. We said, yep, this is a bill that we can get behind, and her side of the aisle did not get behind it. And honestly, I was just incredibly frustrated. It had been 6 weeks, members, 6 weeks. And our task was to figure out how to get out of these emergency powers. That's what we're talking about today. And I honestly lost track how many times we voted to remove the governor's emergency powers. I think Representative Mortensen might have spoken to it maybe 16 times. But members, the most bizarre thing happened. So we discussed, and the Republicans agreed with the language of the bill of House File 1515. And I made a motion to vote on the bill. This is what you do in committee. You vote on bills. And so we did. And the Democrat members of the committee voted no on a bill that Representative Sandstead put forth. Even she voted no. And the answer from the chair was, well, we have some amendments that are coming, and so there are some things that we want to change, and we will talk about it next week, because we were only meeting on Fridays. So if you haven't figured that out, that's a Friday hearing. Well, then we come to March 5th. No bill. We didn't talk about House File 1515 again. We did talk about her House File 1514, which was just a different version of the governor's dials. And it was actually more complicated than a bill that we had talked about earlier. Representative Baker had a great bill. And it was so confusing that when we looked at the website that it was supposed to reference, we really couldn't figure out what exactly it was supposed to do. It was, you know, you had one category that was high risk, you had one category that could be low risk, you had a different category, it could be moderate risk. But anyway, it doesn't matter because Democrats had the votes, and so they passed the bill. I don't know where it went. I guess it went to Rules Committee. That's where bills go from the subcommittee, but we're not debating that on the floor today. I don't know where that bill is. So now, you know, tomorrow is supposed to be our regular day that we meet, and there's no hearing. We've done nothing about reforming Chapter 12, which is what the public wants us to do. And I'll tell you another really bizarre thing that happened. It's hard to even wrap my mind around this, but we were hearing from the Democrat members of the committee that we cannot change Chapter 12 so that both the House and the Senate have to vote to approve the emergency orders. We can't do that. Because, yes, so because we can't trust the Senate. The Senate made a bad decision, as Representative Liebling already said. Senator Ralph tragically died. They used that to say, we can't trust the Senate now, we can't trust them in the future, we can never trust the Senate. So the Senate should not have a vote to approve the governor's emergency powers. Now let me just try to explain that again, because it just is unfathomable that a member of the House would say, we can't trust the Senate to make a decision, so they should not have a vote. It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe I was hearing it, but it wasn't just once, it wasn't just twice, it wasn't just 3 times. We heard it repeatedly from different members. So here we are again with the 16th time to try to vote to end the governor's emergency powers. Here we are again. And I'm sure the majority leader will get up and say what he always says, which is, well, we have a subcommittee that's working on this. I just told you what the subcommittee was doing, which is nothing. We are not talking about changing Chapter 12. We are not talking about ending the governor's emergency powers. That is just smoke and mirrors, members, and the public. That is nothing more than smoke and mirrors. Nothing is happening in that subcommittee. As it relates to Chapter 12, nothing is happening. We aren't even meeting tomorrow. We have not dealt with Chapter 12. We have not made changes to Chapter 12. We have not passed a bill about Chapter 12, although I did make a motion to make that happen. And the Democrats voted against their own bill. So let's talk about today. Today, we have a positivity rate that's unbelievably good. We have had a positivity rate below the rolling average. The 10-day rolling average has been below 5% since January 19th. Now that's a metric that the governor continues to talk about. So since January 19th, the rolling 10-day average for the positivity rate has been below 5%. Also, the new daily admissions to the ICU. Remember, everybody, when we started this whole adventure, we have to protect the hospitals, which I appreciate because my daughter works in Methodist Hospital. Well, we've done that, members. Since January 2nd, we have not had more than 20 new admissions into the ICU. Since January 2nd, there's not been more than 20 new admissions into the ICU anywhere in the state of Minnesota in total. The last bit of really good news is that we have had, I'll read you the number. We have had 1,747,000 vaccine doses administered as of today. And it has gotten into the arms of 1,129,967 people. And 70% of our seniors have been vaccinated. Members, it is time. It is time to end the emergency powers. We are not in an emergency. We can manage this going forward. Members, please vote with Representative Daudt and vote yes.
Thank you. The representative from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair. Unprecedented, historic, unconstitutional, unconscionable. I say these words because they've all been used in response to describe this governor's restrictions on daily business and social activities in his efforts to stifle the pace of the COVID-19 virus. And I will add that they have not been used in a positive light. But his actions taken are unparalleled. And also, they're not equitable. It damaged the livelihoods of some far more than others. Who is going to address those losses? The governor surely has placed that responsibility at the feet of others over the last 12 months, first decrying the lack of additional data or capacity or the leadership in Washington at the time. But it always seems it's the worry about another potential for another outbreak of another variant. But if this governor is making decisions that force businesses and families to involuntarily suffer economic, physical, and mental hardship by using such catchphrases as, "We're all in this together," I have to be quite honest, Governor, that doesn't pay the mortgage. I'm also curious, I don't think we've ever been told who is truly involved in these decisions, save for a couple of agency commissioners and the governor. Notwithstanding this small nucleus and the use of some nebulous healthcare modeling coming out of a couple of think tanks, we continue to relegate the health, welfare, and prosperity of every citizen to just one man, one fallible man. The Constitution and the laws of Minnesota do give Minnesota's chief executive emergency powers to respond to a number of natural crises. Those lawmakers never imagined allowing one individual unfettered decision-making process for this long over this type of a crisis. Even with the formality of a legislative vote every 30 days. This is not how to govern the people of Minnesota. You know, it's astonishing that the virus is so destructive when it comes to Minnesota, while the folks who live in places like North and South Dakota, Iowa, Connecticut, Florida, Texas, California, Maryland, Mississippi, Arizona, West Virginia, and Wyoming, seems like they've got a different virus. There must be some kind of secret code that we haven't broken in order to beat this scourge. We used to be a leader in healthcare, but this leadership has relegated us to nothing but a timid, hesitant exit strategy. We spend more time looking to see if the dials might be turned back by the sole individual with the authority to decide every Minnesotan's fate. It leads me to believe that this state is more afraid of returning to normal than trusting the people of this state to decide how to take care of themselves, as well as respect the viewpoint of those that live next to each other and that we see each and every day, especially for the last 12 months. Members, asking humans to stop behaving like humans is not a sustainable strategy. We delude ourselves if we think riots, protests, and rising crime are unconnected to school closures and the destruction of so many service businesses. The betrayal of our children, our families, and the business community has to stop. I will end with this, members. The folks in Minnesota have already decided to restart their lives, irrespective of what this governor decides. You can see it wherever you go in this state. They already recognize that this is enough. They've decided for themselves, literally out of quiet desperation, what they need to do in order to hold their families, their livelihoods, and their communities together. Just look at Ramsey, Minnesota. They've had enough. They know this pandemic is over. And as more and more communities decide to follow their example, yes, there will be repercussions by the governor and his agencies, and his attorney general will attempt to enforce the emergency power directives. But he does that at the peril of the institution of the governor. The people of Minnesota have moved on. And if this governor continues to hold so tightly and blindly to his unilateral power grip on this state, he will have done a disservice to the position that he currently holds and will have diminished the import of it for future administrations who will succeed him. Members, this is a time for you to find your true north. Represent your district as well as the future of this state in a manner that many in your districts have already decided for themselves. Members, please support this resolution. Thank you.
The representative from Stearns, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. Thank you, Leader Daudt, for bringing this forward. As we approach the one-year anniversary of the governor's peacetime emergency powers, we've heard many stories of hard and difficult situations. I've heard of businesses that are barely hanging on, or those who have closed permanently, students that are struggling with disrupted learning and learning loss, people of all ages that are struggling with new or increased mental health concerns, families that are physically separated from each other, new terms that are in our everyday language that we didn't even know before or we didn't hear often, those terms, unprecedented, social distance, pivot, turn the dials. And unfortunately, the most difficult thing during this year is those lives that have been lost due to COVID. But there have been good stories too. There are people who have recovered from COVID. There have been stories of businesses that have changed their models to help each other, to help Minnesota. We are resilient. Businesses that changed what they do to produce PPE. And a great story coming out of my district, a need in an independent living facility where they were distanced, physically distanced from family. They needed to see each other. So with the idea of a community member, the partnership of Stang Precision and help from Avon Plastics, with the Center Care Organization, they set up visitation stations right before the holidays. Visitation stations where members of the independent living facility could go on one side of these buildings that were heated, they were protected, there was audio systems put in place, and their family member could go on the other side. And they had an opening that they had actually placed a type of plastic bag that they could reach through and hold each other's hands with protection, but they could actually feel physical warmth for members of that independent living facility that hadn't had that in months. Those are good stories, but very hard stories. But as you've heard from a number of my colleagues, as we have talked about this for the last 11 months, now our numbers are lower. The vaccine availability is much greater. And it's time that we move into that next phase of our response to this virus. As Chair Liebling had mentioned earlier this evening, she said that mistakes were made, but we were learning and we continue to learn. So I believe by working together and representing our constituents and Minnesota, I believe now is the time for the governor to allow us to do our job and the work that we have been elected to do. And I am in support once again of this House resolution to take a vote so we can move forward and work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Washington, Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as most people know in the House here, that I don't get up that much and speak, but again, I want to get up and speak with this important issue that I support this resolution. I think this is the 16th time that I've supported it. But I want to start off with a personal note. On Monday, February 8th, my father passed away. And 97, World War II veteran. And I know the chief clerk met my father. And Mr. Speaker, he sat in your chair with the gavel in his hand, taking pride in our state government and allowing me to serving here too. He was very proud of me and the rest of my brothers and my sister. May 31st, Monday, is going to be an important day here in the United States and also here in Minnesota, which is Memorial Day. Representative Driscoll, pointed this out. I think all of us here that serve know that Memorial Day is very important, that we honor those that have served and have given their all for our country. And it was a celebration for my father. It could have been a much bigger celebration if we were allowed to have all the people that we invited to the funeral. But it was still a celebration. And he is now home with his Lord. And I can just hear my mother telling him when he arrived there that she's probably telling him, what took you so long? But again, this is the 16th time that we voted on this resolution. And the House Republicans, we have tried repeatedly to end the powers of the Democrat Party and continues to vote on these motions. But they are always voted down by the people across the aisle. The legislature literally has no say in the pandemic process. And too many of our local business owners are suffering because of it. In my district, I have Zoom meetings with our Chamber of Commerce's in my district, and they are repeatedly asking us to get legislation, open up the state, and get back to normal. The governor's office recently announced that nearly 70% of the senior citizens, as mentioned by other representatives tonight, that the group most at risk from COVID-19 has been vaccinated, which means vaccination eligibility is now expanding in the state, and another big step towards herd immunity is taking place. And despite this very positive development, the governor has no desire to give up the emergency powers granted to him. I remember back when the session started last year, the governor came into our caucus. And that was the last time he came into our caucus. And I remember him telling us, be careful, do not give me too much power. Well, we should have taken that to heart. We have repeatedly asked that the legislature now should be making a lot of these decisions. There's 201 of us, and I think we can work together. And the governor should be working with us. Now, House Republicans have voted 3 times this week, for a total of 16 times that I recall, to end the governor's emergency powers. The House Democrats have previously voted to end the powers prior to the last November election and have now flip-flopped. What I mean there is that back during the 7 special sessions, there were 5 Democrats that voted with us to end the governor's emergency powers. I'm not going to name those names. They know who they are. But now that the numbers have changed since the November elections, we have 64 to the Democrats 70. Now those same 5 will not vote with us. I wonder why. Meanwhile, those who own and work restaurants and movie theaters and bars, event centers, salons, entertainment venues continue to operate with significant restrictions. Common sense will tell you that with thousands of Minnesotans receiving the vaccinations every day and the number of COVID cases are declining, we no longer are in a state of emergency. And the governor's one-person rule must end. Members, please support this resolution. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't normally speak, but I feel compelled to at this point to speak in support for this resolution today. And as we take our 16th vote on the emergency powers, I'm sure the Democrats are tired of hearing from us. They've said as much, but it's our job to advocate for our constituents. And Minnesotans are legitimately concerned. When is this going to end? If vaccinating 70% of our 65 plus population won't do it, what will? And kudos to the administration for getting there. We can't live like this. This can't be our new normal. There is only normal. The governor says he needs his emergency powers to act quickly, and if they end, Minnesotans will be at risk. But if that's the case, why did he back in January, send us a letter allowing us to end his emergency powers if we agreed to political concessions from the legislature? It's not about keeping people safe. On top of that, he keeps stringing Minnesotans along with what he's going to do with his powers. Just Google Governor Walz hints, and you'll see exactly what I mean. If the governor can coyly hint in advance of what he's going to do, he should allow the people of Minnesota to have a say and end his emergency powers so the legislature can do its job. When we're passing bills in the legislature here, any Minnesotan can make their case before a committee, any Minnesotan, and they can be heard. Right now, no one but the politically connected can get a call with the governor. Emergency powers are meant to be brief, not last an entire year. Taking away the ability for people to be represented shouldn't be done lightly. It's getting ridiculous. It's time to stop exploiting these emergency powers. And people need to be heard again. It's been long enough, but I think enough people have talked at this point. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, here we stand 1 year after the World Health Organization declared the coronavirus outbreak a pandemic. I'm not sure any of us would have believed that we would lose more than 530,000 Americans from the virus in a single year. I think sometimes we've gotten hardened to the hardship and death that this pandemic has wrought. COVID-19 is now the third leading cause of death in the United States. We've lost 6,792 Minnesotans in a single year. We don't want to lose more. I am grateful as a physician and as a state legislator, as a Minnesotan, as a mom, as a daughter, that we have a competent governor who has been willing to listen to public health experts and who has been willing to make hard decisions and tough calls with the goal of keeping Minnesotans alive. As Representative Liebling noted, we now have at least 2 variants in Minnesota. We are in a race against the clock. 20% of Minnesotans have received at least 1 shot, and 70% of those over 65 have received theirs, which is a remarkable feat of public health. We are so close to beating this thing, but we can't let our guard down now. If we do, we run the risk of variants mutating into versions of the virus that the vaccines don't protect against. And if that happens, we risk losing all the progress that we've made, and we risk more catastrophic loss of life. Now is not the moment to end the emergency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Anoka, Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members,
I rise today to address an issue that's been pressing on our shared communities for nearly a year. The issue is not one that you'd imagine. It's not COVID-19. Rather, it's the wall that's been constructed between the executive branch and the legislative branch. This wall is not one that makes good neighbors. This wall separates. It divides. It places the will of one executive in supremacy to the will of the people here in this House. The Constitution of Minnesota says in Article 3 in the distribution of the powers of government, Section 1, division of powers. The powers of government shall be divided into 3 distinct departments: legislative, executive, and judicial. No person or persons belonging to or consisting of one of these departments shall exercise any of the powers properly belonging to either of the others, except in instances expressly provided in this Constitution. In Section 11, protest and dissent of the members. Our Constitution says that 2 or more members of either House may dissent and protest against any act or resolution which they think injurious to the public or to any individual, and have the reason of their dissent entered into the journal. Mr. Speaker, I dissent against the wall that has been erected here in Minnesota between the executive branch and the legislative branch. I dissent against the nearly 1 year long shutdown that was put in place at a moment of exigency, one that did exist, one that I and my colleagues acknowledged was a time of uncertainty, but that uncertainty is over. A year ago, we didn't understand or know the nature of COVID-19. Today, we do. A year ago, we did not have a plan. Today, we do. A year ago, we did not have a vaccine. Today, we have 3. A year ago, I was not in this body. Today, I am. As one of the newest members of this esteemed House, I've been eager to get to work. I worked furiously to learn my job, to do the work of the people, our people. The people of my district elected me to represent them as part of this House. And each day that I've been here, I've asked my leadership, my mentors, the chairs of my committees, my fellow members, many of you right here, how to do my job effectively. And in each case, I'm shown the wall. In my district, we have businesses that have been shut down forever. I'm sure you do in your district as well. In my district, we have lost friends and loved ones to suicide. I pray that you have not, but I know that some of you have. And I pray for their families and for my family and for all of us. We have to remove the fear, and we need to bring leadership back to Minnesota. And most importantly, we have to bring hope. We need to evaluate why we're still using emergency powers. I've asked what the emergency powers really mean, and here's what I've been told. The governor needed to have emergency powers to make immediate decisions to save lives. We, the House, gave that emergency power to the governor. And at that moment, and at that time, I supported those emergency powers due to the unknown. But we are no longer facing the unknown. We know what to do to be safe. We've listened to the CDC. We've done what we've been asked to do. In fact, we've done what we've been ordered to do under the penalty of law. And this created a wall between the legislature and the executive branch. Members, now is the time. Now is the vote. Members of the House of Representatives, tear down this wall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was not going to say anything on the floor today, but Representative Liebling, I could not respond to some of the things that she said. And, you know, President Trump may not have been a perfect man. None of us are. But to say that he was a dictator during this whole thing when we have the dictator here sitting in Minnesota. President Trump gave the power to the states to manage their own emergency as they saw fit. In fact, that's how we ended up with policies in blue states where sick patients that should have remained in the hospital under acute care were funneled back into nursing homes where they died and spread the disease. Those were Democrat states. President Trump gave them the power to operate on their own, and that was the result that we got. And Representative Detmer, I'm glad you brought that up, what the governor told us the day before the emergency powers were called. When he came into each of our caucuses, I talked to a Democrat later who said, yep, he said the same thing to us. Be careful how much power you give me. And here we are a year later, while all the states around us are opening up. I talked to a constituent of mine in mid-February when we were talking about opening the schools again. We've been told to follow the science. Well, the CDC says send the kids back to school. It's safe for the kids and for the teachers. But that's not what has happened here. And so I talked to this constituent of mine in mid-February. His kids, high school kids, have been in school since last March, a total of 6 days. 6. My nephew, who's a senior in high school in Iowa, has been in school practically this whole year. And to say that we haven't offered bills to address this, I know that there have been education bills that have been offered. Representative Kreischer, Representative Erickson, we offered bills to get the kids back in school, particularly those in special ed that need to be there the most. We had bills to put teachers in the front of the line for round 2 of the vaccine so we could get our kids back in school. We had months and months to prepare for the rollout of this vaccine. And how many different programs did the governor launch? 3 or 4 before we finally got our feet under us? Did they not think that the Trump administration was serious about Operation Warp Speed and these companies that were saying, yes, we're going to have a vaccine by the end of the year? Were they not serious? No one took that seriously. We had months to prepare for the rollout of the vaccine. What was going on? So here we sat. 40% of our businesses, small businesses, restaurants have gone out of business. Our kids are a year behind in school, or close to it, some of them. And here we sat with the governor still remaining with his emergency powers when our rates of the virus and our rates of people in the ICU, I heard today there was 0 reported new patients in the ICU with COVID. So, members, it's time. It's past time. We need to end these emergency powers, and we need to end them today. Thank you, members.
The representative from Stearns, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Leader Daudt, for bringing this to the floor again. And I've had a lot of time to think since I've been the last one, I think. But I want to tell you, this has not been fun for me. This last year has sucked. It truly has. It started out with, I got called right away and said, hey, guess what? You came in contact with somebody with a presumptive case. So I spent 2 weeks quarantined. And it pretty much went downhill from that. After about a month, I was watching my parents, and they were still going to Walmart. And I'm like, well, the heck with this. I'm going to see them. And it was like my mom was she had tears in her eyes to see me again. My mom's 83. She'll be 84 this summer. And I think of the time I would have lost if I would have been scared to not see her. Then in June, her sister, who was 86, passed away. Actually, she was really close to being 87, but she passed away. And her brother, who was 89, he'll be 90 later this month, didn't come because he lived in assisted living. And he didn't want to spend the extra 2 weeks in quarantine because it was really hard for him. He's a very social person, very healthy person, very social person. So he didn't come. And I was standing in the church And my husband came up to me and he says, "You better go talk to your mom." And she was just sobbing. And I went up to her and she's like, "It's not fair that I have to do this alone. My brother Merle should be here with me." My dad was there, but she didn't have Merle. This was their sister. It was just the three of them. That's how it started to be. And then it just went downhill from there. When Jerry had gone into the hospital in November, it wasn't much longer that I had my cousin, 56 years old, Scott, who was a very happy, fun guy. You want to see some of the things his relatives, his nephew said about him? I'll tell you his last name. You go look him up on Facebook. It is just amazing. He was a wonderful man, just a sweet, gentle, wonderful man. He went in the hospital shortly after, and it was November 6th. Oh, so maybe it was before Jerry even. It probably was.
Yeah, you want to keep that off.
He tested positive for COVID, and in treating his symptoms, his heart rate skyrocketed, and his heart went into a fib. The doctors and nurses were wonderful, but they discovered that he had a rare genetic disorder called malignant hypothermia. It skyrocketed his heart rate, and he really never got it back down again. He was down at the U of M, and he was on an ECMO machine for quite a while. But finally, on December 11th, he passed away. And basically, I would say, we're not really sure what he passed away from. It could have been because of the high temperature, because of the malignant hyperthermia. Who knows? But it probably could have been anything. We don't know. And we never will know. But at that funeral, afterwards, it was in St. Stephen. We went outside, and Kathy, his wife, had, she and her sons had taken his supply of winter beer, his beloved winter beer, Miller Lite. They had wrapped something around it commemorating his day, his love of beer. And we all got one. And the priest said, "Oh, you can't drink it in here, you gotta be outside to drink it." But oh my gosh, it was such a celebration of life. Before that, on December 1st, I lost one of my dear cousins, on the other side. She was 52. She died in a fire. We don't know how we're gonna go, folks. We have no clue how we're gonna go. She died in a fire in Maple Grove. Check it out. December 1st, it was on the news. She wasn't buried until January 28th. We had session that night. I didn't make it. But somebody thought it was fun to put out there that, I didn't make it to session that night. And so, their resolution didn't pass. Well, it wasn't going to pass anyway. We don't have the votes for it. Otherwise, we would have done it a long time ago. That was really heartbreaking, you guys. My cousin meant a lot to me. But then I lost Jerry Ralph, the senator. Did he die of COVID? Yes, he did. But I will tell you one thing about Jerry Ralph that obviously you don't know about him, is that he was a fighter. He believed in service to his country. And there was no way he was not going to participate and be there. That was Jerry. He always wore a mask. He was a mask wearer. Don't think he didn't take it seriously. He did. He did. And he spent a lot of time talking to his wife in the hospital about life, about their life together. And when he passed away, it was on his decision. He decided he was ready to go on the ventilator. He made that decision. Jerry was a fighter. How dare some people say some really crappy things about him? He took COVID seriously, but he took his life just as seriously. And he took his service to his state and his constituents extremely seriously. I do too. I do too. My husband has had he has had COVID. I don't have the antibodies, he does. My daughter-in-law has had COVID. My son never got it. You can go through my whole relation, and there's some that did and some that didn't. But I'll tell you what, I am not going to let COVID get me. And that's exactly what we've done. We're trying to let COVID get us. What happened when 9/11 happened? Do you remember what you were doing? Of course you do. I do. I had a gentleman at my front door whose son worked at the Trade Center. That was incredible. But he didn't sit down and cry. He didn't sit down and lose it. He made phone calls, found out his son hadn't gone to work that day. And what we were told after that was, do not let this get you. And that's not the message we are getting from this governor. We are told, stay at your house, be scared. I'm not scared. I'm sorry. If it's my time, it's my time. I accept that. I have diabetes too. I accept that too. And I really take care of myself. But gosh darn it, I am not going to let this get me. And to think that this week there was actually some legislation being looked at that said if you didn't wear a mask, you would get fined. Fine. Might as well just come and get me, because I don't believe in wearing masks. Why? Because I've looked at the science. I've looked at all science. I've looked at the science that says you need to wear them. I looked at the science that says it's worse for you if you do wear it. And then I made my decision. Isn't that what we're supposed to do every single day? We're supposed to make good decisions. And that's what leaders do. And I don't feel like our governor is a leader. When 9/11 happened, I think we all remember one of the legislators went home. We all remember that. We stood up and fought. We were told as builders, because at that time we had a remodeling company, we were told, stand up and fight. Do not let this get you. Do not. And we did it. We fought. And I fought through other things in my life too. But I'll tell you what, some of the comments that were made about Jerry and some of the things that are said are just unbelievable. Jerry was a fighter, an extremely wonderful, compassionate man. And you made him sound like a bozo. Oh, he didn't know better. That's crap. He did. He really did. And that makes me very angry. So when we talk about some of these things, I think about who you're really talking about. Are you talking about my chiropractor who lost her mom, who she had given a kidney to the year before? Who are you talking about? Are you talking about my friend that I just found out the other day has cancer for the 5th time and is going through treatment? I don't know. I tell you what, maybe I just surround myself with strong people all around me. I talk to my some of my police chiefs, and I find out that, yes, divorce, abuse, alcohol, physical, mental, emotional, all those types of things are going up. People are not handling this well. They're done, guys. They're done. They can't do this anymore. This is too much for them. I remember this fall, I met a young man named Blake, and he had told me one day, he said, my mom called me and she said that my school, Elk River, was no longer, or was it Big Lake? I'm sorry if I got it wrong. But he said, my mom called me and said they aren't going to do sports. And her friends' moms called her and said, we're so afraid of what our kids are going to do. This is their senior year and they're not going to be able to wrestle. They're not going to be able to do all this stuff. What are we going to do? She was calling him because she was that scared. Who's going to be next? If you think we don't put up with this stuff, what are you doing? This is what I hear all the time. When I go see some of my friends, if I go to do a radio show or if I go to have dinner with my husband, I know those folks that own those places. They come over and say hi to me. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. But tell them we can't do this much longer. We're not going to make it. We're not going to make it. It's not, we're just going to close. We're not going to make it. That scares me. I better not go to another funeral because of this. And I can't say that I really blame anybody for it. What I'm saying is people are done. Let them make their decisions. We are grown people. A lot of us are. You want to talk about the nursing home? That's great. My mom finally got to see her brother last week, Thursday. A week ago today, my mom got to see her brother. That's ridiculous, people. We've taken a year from her and a year from him to be with family. Really? Was it really worth it? Some people didn't make it, and it's not because of COVID. I remember when Sid Hartman passed away, his son Chad said, "My dad did not die with COVID. He died because of COVID, because his livelihood was taken away from him." Don't ever think that all the deaths during this time have been with COVID. I think there's a lot of them that are without. They died because of the loneliness. They died because nobody was there. They died because they haven't been out walking and being with people. That is what we're supposed to do. Am I a God-fearing person? You bet I am. And after losing so many people in my life this year, even more so, I've made myself ready because we don't know. We never know. So there's a virus here. It'll pass. But will it? Will it come back? Will it always be? Oh, but wait, somebody else thinks it's going to be spiking again. Why are we having all these vaccines then? Why are we doing all this if we're so afraid? I'm not afraid. And it's time we as legislators, as people that are serving the state of Minnesota, are not afraid. Come on. I love too much to be to sit in a room with a mask on and not live my life and see my family. Today is my son's birthday. My youngest kiddo is 36, and I talked to him. I talked to him today. I talked to him a lot. His wife is my hero. Amy just lost her father. He was 76, I think. 76 or 74. But he's been struggling with cancer, as his wife has. Both her mom and dad have been struggling with cancer for the last year and a half, and her dad made a decision to go. He wasn't going to do any more treatment. And so Amy and her mom, and I think her sister were with him. He died Monday morning at 6:15. She's made it through this. She's made it through this. She had COVID in there too. And she's been working, but she's my hero. She is my hero. She is a wonderful young woman. We're blessed to have these people in our lives, yet we're telling everybody, don't go see them because you might kill them. Jerry Ralph would say baloney. No, he'd say horse hockey. For those that watched MASH, he would say horse hockey. Go out and love. Don't be scared. So with that, I ask, don't be scared. Don't be scared. We're smarter than this. We really are. Thank you.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. And oftentimes you can see the passion for the various sides that we have. And oftentimes the rhetoric gets elevated into a lot more poignant discussion. And I think we do our best when debate and working with each other is done with respect. Are we going to agree with everything? Of course not. We're not going to. So let me just start with some words that are part of an event way back in the history, which is let our people go. Well, of course, I'm talking about, if you want to go far enough back, to Moses talking to the Pharaoh about the Israelites and how they had been slaves for quite a few hundred years, as a matter of fact, and they needed to, and deserved to be let go. Did the Pharaoh want to let him go? Of course not. Were the people within his community saying, don't let him go? Of course there was. Were there people even within the Israelites that were just too afraid to leave? Yes, there were. But, and I certainly don't have a staff for miracles and other things to happen, but the bottom line was they were allowed to leave. But did that mean that their life was easy and free and everything was good? No, actually their struggles were probably tougher than when they were slaves. But a wonderful thing happened. They learned how to be people again. They learned how to deal with their own lives. They learned how to be part of a society that looked out for each other and had the freedoms to do what they want to. So we've been hearing a lot of rhetoric about how, well, the Republicans, all they tell their constituents is there's nothing we can do. And then we hear others that talk about, well, all you're doing is fear mongering, that you're really trying to instill that fear. But I'm going to tell you something when we talk about all the people that died, and I think that's something that's a concern. We have the list of numbers of who died in Minnesota from COVID. We also have 9,000 people a year that die from cancer. We have 8,000 people a year that die from heart disease. We have 1,200 people a year that die just simply from a fall. But one of the things we need to remember, and this is something that struck me the other day, is that with all those people that died, not one of them was kept alive because of executive orders. And yes, I know we're going to say, yeah, but some others were kept from dying because of them. Really, I thought it was the health program and our health care that actually did it. You have to understand that viruses have been with us for probably all of humanity's life here on Earth. Our bodies were designed with the ability to recover, to deal with them and move on. Just as not everybody is going to be able to protect themselves from smoking or cancer or other things, the same is going to be true with viruses, but that doesn't mean we should be afraid of them. It just doesn't. I would like you to do something for me. This is kind of just an experiment, but I want you to close your eyes and think about not having to wear a mask, being able to shake hands, be able to hug friends and family that you want to. It almost seems unimaginable to do that, doesn't it? Because we have trained society to do that. That's kind of a built-in habit that we have. And so it's no wonder that we have that we're afraid of eliminating our masks, because we have this placebo effect that they're actually doing good. But if we're never around anybody that has the virus, mask absolutely does no good, except that it trains us to wear it. We heard another level of raising the fear by saying, oh, we've got the African variant in Minnesota. Well, I'm going to tell you that viruses variate and adapt all the time. It's the reason why our seasonal flu, there are so many of them that we are aware of. They do that all the time, and they're going to continue to do so. Even our governor, during his first press conference, says, we're not going to be able to stop it. We're not going to be able to keep you from getting it, but we can control how it impacts our health system and our ability to deal with it. That's, I think, another press conference, he says, that's just the way the virus works. It is. Absolutely it is. So we have this alternative, this idea that, okay, maybe our science and our health system can actually can overcome nature and the natural results of what's going on. I don't think so. I think that's kind of pie in the sky, and it gives us some comfort, but that's not the reality. So in closing, because I'm not going to speak long, is that instead of the rhetoric about, oh, we can't do anything, or we're so afraid that something's going to happen, for all the people out there that are listening, and for those in the chamber as well, but for those that are listening, I want to leave us with some encouragement and hope instead. And that is whether or not this emergency ends, whether or not the virus ends, you will still have every opportunity and option to protect yourself, social distancing, masks, staying home, ordering online, whether we have the executive orders or not. You will still have that opportunity. And if you feel that that is the best for you to deal with this virus, so be it. And I think that's great. You should have every right. That I need to protect that, and I will protect that. We need to know that people are actually smarter than what government thinks that they are. That people have the opportunity and ability to protect themselves and their health wise. It is not effective for government to demand what's going on, just as the Israelites needed to have freedom to learn what was going on, so do our people. We need to move on with it. And yes, I know what the rebuttal will be on this, but I'm going to close with, please, Governor, let our people go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will remind the body that we are debating the Daudt motion that House Concurrent Resolution Number 1 be recalled from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration and be placed upon its adoption. The member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we can go all day and share stories of how Minnesotans have suffered during the COVID-19 pandemic. But there's definitely one story we've forgotten about. The greatest impacts of COVID-19 has been felt by our Black and Indigenous and people of color. It is no surprise that the COVID-19 pandemic has disproportionately hurt our communities of color. As a result of systemic disparities, communities of color and Indigenous communities are at a higher risk of multiple health issues such as diabetes, heart disease, severe asthma, and obesity. This puts them at a higher risk for severe illness from COVID-19. Indigenous Minnesotans have the highest proportion of positive cases that have been hospitalized in the ICU. Black and Latinx Minnesotans are testing positive, hospitalized and being put in intensive care units at higher rates compared to the overall population. Communities of color have increased exposure to the virus because they work in jobs. We work in jobs that are now considered essential, such as childcare providers, grocers, and meat packers. These jobs are often underpaid, lack health benefits, and have few worksite protections. While many of us have been quarantining and social distancing to help minimize the spread of COVID-19, our essential workers don't have that option. What we're doing right now is the right thing. It is protecting lives like our essential workers. It is saving lives like our grandmas and grandpas. Extending the peacetime emergency gives us the rapid, quick response needed to save lives. Until we can say all lives are safe and protected from COVID-19, we must continue to do what we can to protect everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I want to take a little different take on the emergency powers, because if we think back to after Governor Walz called the emergency, which we all agreed was needed to make sure that our hospitals, our ICUs, everything was in place for this pandemic. We were left out thereafter, though, from the perspective of our E12 education. I want you to think about what would have been different had the governor not closed our schools under his power. If there had been more of a local discussion, and primarily if there had been a discussion among him, his administrative staff in the education department, and we legislators, because so many of us have education as a background. Many of us have taught, and we are in constant contact, many of us, with our parents and our children. 900,000 students in Minnesota, E12, were denied the opportunity to finish last school year when they could have, if we had sat down, the governor and the rest of us, and had a good discussion about what can be done innovatively to allow our children to have a hot meal, to be in a classroom, to continue their learning and still be safe. And I think if we had done that, we would have a far different result from what we have now. Because in the urban area, at the time that the lockdown occurred, the children in third grade were reading at like a 45% rate of proficiency. Now I fear that that has been reduced to maybe even as low as 30% proficiency, because children in K3 or even E3, as we look at it today, need direct instruction to learn to read. And those are the critical years for reading. So I do really raise my concern about what proficiency will look like when we actually test the children now in the spring and determine where we are. But Governor Walz, if we had sat down together and you had not used your powers to close the schools, I think we could have had a far different result. We wouldn't have had teachers who didn't know how to deliver distance education, because we could have thought of different ways for different schools to deliver education. I'm from rural Minnesota. Many of my schools could have continued to operate because we did not have COVID raging any place in our area except somewhat in our nursing homes. So our children would have been safe. As the CDC has said, they are not spreaders. I think our teachers could have adapted. And if not, there would have been community members who could have been there receiving the lessons through the teachers and performing so that our children didn't lose this learning. Then we started the new school year, the 2021 school year, which we are in now. And just recently, the governor has said you can return to school. And he's talking primarily about the K-5. But if we look at 6 through 12, many of those children are still not in school. In fact, the percentage is very low. Less than 30% of our 6 through 12th graders are in a classroom yet. And especially in Minneapolis and St. Paul, where we have dire need to help our children who are suffering from an achievement gap. They are not at par with their fellow students in reading or math, or I would even say in science, or in certainly they're socially emotional. We have brought harm to them. And that didn't have to happen if the governor would have relented and said, no, I'm going to work with the legislature, this important branch of government, and resolve some of these issues that are going to confront our children during this pandemic. And together we could have solved that so that he would not have to be responsible for this great increase that I suspect is going to occur in the achievement gap. We could have discussed how to reopen schools. We could have discussed how to recover learning as early as the start of the school year 2021. But no, the governor has become power hungry and even powerful over our schools, so that our children, 900,000 E12 students, have experienced this. And that's not right for us. That's not right for our parents or our children or for our state. The legislature is an important branch of government and needs to be involved in the decision-making. And in education, we should have been helping with the decision-making in a way that we could have been voting on different proposals. Both Representative Krisha and I brought forth bills at every special session during the fall. Last spring, we sat down and we discussed ways that we could help our schools as they moved into that distance learning mode because of the fear that they had. There are so many things that we could have solved together. And so that's the point I want to make today about supporting the Daudt resolution, that it is time to relinquish control of our schools and let our locals make decisions. Iowa is 100% open. Wisconsin is very open. North Dakota and South Dakota are very much open and have been. What is wrong with Minnesota? We are not that far different from them when it comes to our school communities. We are largely rural in the southern, western, eastern, and northern part of our states. If the Twin Cities, especially the urban area, has to be different, so be it. But don't harm the children across the state. You know, when school started in the fall, only 26 districts and charters went back to the classroom in September. And they have, for the most part, done very well. So let's think about how it could be different if the governor would relinquish that control. And I will have a vision in tomorrow's omnibus, delete all, that I will offer in education policy that says, Governor, you need to give up your control over our schools. The locals are the best decision makers. And if you involve the legislature, the locals, the parents, and the children, we can resolve these issues around the loss of learning and the growing achievement gap, which Minnesota cannot tolerate. We are already a state that has a very large gap, and we cannot continue to that way. Remember, members, we have brought harm to our children. We are responsible for their intellectual and their cognitive and their social and emotional learning. And we have denied many, many of them that opportunity and that ability to grow in their learning and to be productive. There's a study out that says there will be, in 80 years, a $14 trillion loss over the fact that we have denied these children those opportunities that they should have had in their schools under safety and all the protocols that were in place. So members, please support the Daudt resolution. And Governor, please consider how important it is to have partners with the legislature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And it's been a year. And what has this last year been about? It's been about a young man taking his own life because the social isolationism became unbearable. It's been about the woman who turned to drug abuse as an escape. It's about the young man with asthma trying to play basketball while sucking in a sweat-soaked mask. It's been about businesses leaving Minnesota or drastically reducing their operation. It's been about the middle school student who's learned at about half the rate of normal knowledge attainment. It's been about the elderly man who couldn't sleep because of excruciating pain, but couldn't get the needed surgery because it was an elective. It's been about the elderly woman forced to die in isolation without the comforting touch of her loved ones. And it's about the woman whose husband is being paid $30,000 less per year. He will not qualify for unemployment, and they owe $200,000 in student loans. Their family is devastated.
Oh, you did a good job on
This is about passing this resolution. This is about working with the governor and ending these emergency powers. Thank you.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Yeah, I've received dozens of emails, both in and outside my district, asking why we can't open up when compared to other states. I selected a business owner from my district who sent me an email, just as one example. Occasionally I get a email supporting the governor's executive orders, but it's like 1 out of 100, okay, over the last several months. But here's my constituent who owns a business, very frustrated. For a year, businesses have been doing their part to keep employees and customers safe while keeping the state's economy afloat, according to the governor's orders. When will it be enough? With positive cases declining, rate of death declining, hospital capacity increasing, immunity in large numbers, more Minnesotans being vaccinated, and knowledge of the virus at its peak, I think it's about time our leadership in Minnesota develops a plan to reopen our economy for Minnesota businesses, for their employees, and for their customers. The madness needs to stop. Our businesses need to reopen. Our kids need to go back to school, and sporting activities need to resume. Why is Minnesota so far behind the curve? What is our leadership doing? It appears absolutely nothing, and that is incredibly disheartening. Our states have developed detailed plans, or other states have developed detailed plans, including achieving certain health-based metrics, dates, or other milestones, some of which we have met, with the governor saying if we met this healthcare metric, we could reopen. And yet we still seem not to be able to do that. Or a milestone in order to trigger reopening on a regional, industry specific, or statewide basis. In other states are already doing this. Why can't Minnesota? Do your job and remove yourself from, do your job or remove yourself from leadership. We are being led to be slaughtered. That's not the kind of leadership I voted for. I urge you to develop a plan that balances business, survival, and the public health, including COVID-19 vaccine distribution to safely reopen Minnesota. For our employers, employees, children, and the state's economy as a whole, businesses in our state are fighting for survival. Mental illness is in a crisis. Help us see the light at the end of the tunnel. Please allow us to open Minnesota while protecting the most vulnerable. Now, members, that's just a sample of dozens of emails I've received both in and outside my district. And why are they so frustrated, members? Well, and I'm sure many of your constituents are, regardless of which side of the aisle are. Well, because they're doing their research and they're finding out certain information. This information comes from a local doctor. It says masks were studied extensively in 2009 with the H1N1 swine flu virus that hit the world. Most people don't realize how bad that virus was in 2009. Estimates of 1 billion people worldwide got H1N1. 1 million Minnesotans were projected to have gotten it. Okay? Now, members, what if I were to tell you that the CDC estimated that up to 575 people died from a pandemic virus infection in the first year of the outbreak? Most of you would think I was referring to COVID-19. Members, that was a CDC estimate on the H1N1 virus in 2009. Let me repeat that. The CDC estimated up to 575,000 people died from the H1N1 pandemic virus infection. 80% of the related deaths were estimated to occur in those 65 and older. In seasonal flu epidemics, about 70 to 90% of deaths occur in people over 65. So we had an estimate of up to 575,000 people. We didn't close schools. We didn't close our businesses. We didn't stop our sporting events, members. And President Obama was president at that time. Think about that. That's why people are getting irritated. They're doing their research. Then they read an article like this. This is by the university professor of medicine from Stanford University. It's titled, "Fauci was blind to the harms of the lockdowns that didn't work anyway." This doctor contends. He was a co-author of the Great Barrington Declaration, which I've talked about before, with over 40,000 medical experts have signed it here in this country, including many thousands in Europe. And they say we need to allow the majority of us to go back to normal life, and we need to focus our protection on those most vulnerable. We're not denying that the COVID virus can be deadly, but it's deadly primarily to people who are at high risk, the elderly and other high risk groups. The rest of us should go back to normal. With this lockdown of larger society, we're doing more harm than good, and that's been talked about here, so I'll skip over that. Then members, they read, business owners and individuals read article like in the Wall Street Journal, dated February 18, 2021. And it's written by a professor of medicine, of the School of Medicine at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, Bloomberg School of Public Health. So he's well qualified to make these statements. He wrote in the article, we've had a decrease of 77% of infection. We're coming to herd immunity. We should reopen society, protecting our most vulnerable. Members, the other thing that infuriates so many people is that our parochial schools are open face-to-face. As I mentioned before, my secretary, part-time secretary, works at our local parochial school. They had a COVID outbreak in October. They closed down for about 10 days. Then they reopened to face-to-face education. Their enrollment, they get so much enrollment from public schools, they can't accept the students anymore. They don't have room, okay? And yet they've been open this whole time with one closed down. Local control, members, they're smart enough. Our superintendents are smart enough. Our administrators, I've worked with them for 16 years. They care more about the children that they supervise and take care of than we do. They know their names. They know their families. Then you go on and people see that over 100,000 illegals are coming into this country down at the border. And at least, and they're not being vetted for crime, for COVID, for public health, and for a number of other negative things. And then at least according to published news reports, over 100 of them were tested positive for COVID, and they were released into the United States. They weren't even quarantine members. Think about that. Think of the contradiction when we hear the citizens are losing our businesses and going broke, and then we read things like that, and you wonder why they're irritated, okay? It's because we're not working with them, and we're not working constitutionally with the legislature. Again, we need to protect the most vulnerable. Nobody's saying about that. The achievement gap and the consequences of closing our schools has been talked to. Members, we need to trust the people of Minnesota and reopen this economy. They're ready for it. It's the right thing to do, and we can still trust your local people in all our districts, and they will do the right thing for their people. They'll do it better than a one-size-fits-all dictate. It was brought up in HHS a couple weeks ago, probably 3-4 weeks ago, that if we end the governor's emergency powers, we would lose some federal funding. Well, that set off a pretty thorough discussion, at the end of which it was admitted that we're not going to lose that funding. So if you've been told on the Democratic side that if we end the governor's emergency powers, we're going to lose funding, in the HHS committee, it was acknowledged that that's not true. I hope that wasn't used. And members, we get paid by the government, okay? And most government employees that I know of are local and also down at the state or federal. They're still getting paid. They're still getting their benefits. They're still able to make their mortgages and take care of their families. But that's not what's happening in the private sector, members. They're losing all those things based on what they consider to be an overreaction for the majority of people. Nobody's going to force anybody to patronize a particular business, but at least give them an opportunity to stay open and keep afloat rather than force them to be bankrupt while we open the big box stores. Members, maybe if we in government suspended or maybe if the members who vote against this resolution, and by the way, thank you, Minority Leader Daudt, for bringing it forward. Maybe if their pay was suspended for 2 months, the ones who vote against this today, they'd probably see things from a different perspective, okay? But that's exactly what we're doing to the private sector out here. We're destroying and bankrupting, and not without the ability to provide for their families. Their education is being taken away from them. Their sports are being taken away from them. And all members without the proper medical science, because the data and the medical science, just like in 2009, H1N1 says that those under 65 who are healthy should be allowed to operate their regular lives. Members, let's be Minnesotans. Let's not be Democrats and Republicans. And let's vote to open this up, work with the governor hand in hand, and let's do what's best for Minnesotans. Thank you. God bless you. And I pray you look to your conscience on this vote. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a very unfortunate time we live in, where we are celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Governor Walz's emergency powers. And only a few days from now, we're going to be celebrating another very unfortunate anniversary. The 1-year anniversary of the 14-day flatten the curve. Minnesotans are ready to return to our constitutional republic. They want the legislative branch to do what it is supposed to do, to debate bills, to pass bills, and send them to the executive branch for his veto or signature. But I think my hopes might be a little bit too high, because it was only a few weeks ago that this very body voted down a bill, or I'm sorry, an amendment that properly recognized our form of government as a republic instead of a democracy. So the institution that doesn't even have the ability to recognize our true form of government, I suppose, lacks the same interest in upholding the constitutional responsibility that this executive branch has, or that this legislative branch has, rather. I heard several members speak, and it was very, very disheartening. I heard one member make the claim that the problem is COVID and that it is not Governor Walz's response to COVID. That's patently not true. We know that Governor Walz is not following the science. We know because we can see from the decisions he's made. Now, over the past year, we've seen a multitude of examples, but here are just a handful. As a reminder, what we've witnessed is the decision that Planned Parenthood is essential, that booze, that whiskey and vodka is essential, that churches, though, are not essential. Candy stores are essential. And these decisions are not science-based whatsoever. And I am willing to yield to any member who's willing to tell me and give me the science how Planned Parenthood and booze are essential. I am willing to be persuaded. But we know there is no science. That's a political calculation. We've heard a number of members speak about recounting the story, and I've understood it, at least in our caucus. I've understood it also was referenced, the governor said it in the other caucus. So in both caucus, he said, be careful of delegating your responsibility to the executive branch. Well, you know what, members? He was prophesying. We now have not just Governor Walz, Profit Walz. Because look at what has happened. Little did we know. That's exactly the risk that he was prophesying, and he made sure it came to pass. I've had a number of people reach out to me. We all have. And I have just a few emails here of real life Minnesotans, real life constituents in their very own words, what they have to say. I am writing as your constituent, asking you to stop the overreach by Governor Tim Walz. This week, you can finally end our governor's emergency powers. The people and small businesses have suffered and sacrificed enough. Minnesotans are suffering from record levels of depression and suicide. Members, that is incredibly unfortunate, and that is a direct result of Governor Walz's decisions. And every day we hear about a new business going under. That is also very true. Do what is right and vote to end Governor Walz's emergency powers immediately. Don't let House leadership play games. Yeah, absolutely. We want a vote, and we expect you to vote to give us our freedom back. Kelly from St. Michael. Well, Kelly, that is exactly, you are spot on. I have voted numerous times, and I will continue to vote to uphold your rights to return to our constitutional republic that, unfortunately, this institution that you proudly elected me to can't even recognize, thinking that we're a democracy. Representative Lucero, thank you for your service to Minnesota. We are on the cusp of one whole year of this emergency. Don't allow Governor Walz to create orders anymore that lock us in our homes. Force youth athletes to wear masks and shut down our economy. It is time to open up Minnesota. Thank you, Lynn. Well, Lynn, you're spot on. Absolutely, it is long past time to open up Minnesota. Governor Walz does not need emergency powers. Prophet Walz, Nostradamus Walz, made sure that happened. Unfortunately, we need to bring it to an end. This one is from Dan. Hi there, such a plan yet? With the vaccines becoming more available, you would think that he could at least announce that things other than maybe big stadiums could be fully open at least May 1st or so. By then, all the vulnerable just be taken care of so they can choose. Just haven't heard a peep from them lately on this. Hopefully you guys are pressing him. Well, Dan, yes, we are. We are working as hard as we can to bring the truth to Minnesotans. This one is from Kim. Please, we need you to do the job we all hired you to do and fight for our rights, whether Dem or Republican, to be able to go to work, for our children to be in school full time, and for our constitutional rights to make our own decisions. Kim, absolutely, this should not be partisan. This should not be Republican and Democrat, but unfortunately it is. Again, I hearken back to the example of Planned Parenthood being open. Planned Parenthood is not essential, except in the minds of those making politically calculated decisions. Kim goes on, no more mask mandates, no vaccine mandates. It needs to stop with you, the person who works and was hired by us, the working people. Yeah, absolutely, Kim. Absolutely. I want to work for you. I want to work for you. I want to pass bills for you. But unfortunately, those in charge of this great Minnesota House institution are coming up with excuses. They're sending bills to committee. And when it's in their interest, they will cram the bills through. But when they want to slow walk a bill to protect and shelter Governor Walz, they come up with a whole host of excuses that we're still thinking about it, we're still talking about it. And unfortunately, that's what's happening, Kim. Please do what we hired you for. As Americans, are finding out jobs are replaceable, even yours. Well, you know I'm continuing to fight for you. And she concludes, Kim concludes, we are counting on you. Well, Kim, yeah, I am replaceable. But you know what is not replaceable? The jobs that have been lost, shut down as deemed non-essential. And by the way, it was Representative Vang, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, it was Representative Vang who I think said earlier that somehow the claims of disparities, that COVID and the response is racist depending on your skin color. It's unbelievable how racism is behind every tree in the minds of some. Well, you know, I'm looking at a screenshot here of the website that Governor Walz set up. And he was going and asking people in terms of priority what their ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, and race is. Mr. Speaker and Representative Vang, well, Governor Walz was trying to apparently make race-based decisions, but even then he failed. Because here I have a website. This is, I think this is NPR. So far, 90% of Minnesotans who've received one or both vaccines are white, despite white people representing only 81.6. Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Vang, apparently Governor Walz is racist. His policies, his unilateral decision-making on prioritizing who gets vaccinated and when based on their sexual orientation, apparently who somebody is sleeping with makes a difference on their priority for COVID vaccinations, amazingly. This email is from John. This one's really a short one. Teenagers wearing masks while playing sports are so unhealthy. This bleep needs to stop. Well, John, I agree with you. This does need to stop. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. We've heard members and their remarks about life. I have heard from so many constituents that they don't want to just be alive. They want to live life. And they cannot live life because of Governor Walz's unilateral decision-making. Mr. Speaker, and again, I'm just going back to what I heard Chair Liebling say, somehow that this isn't the response. The response is not the problem. The response is the problem. It is the problem. I think it was a Representative Scott or somebody had referenced it was Representative Erickson. I think the states, we're in the donut hole. You have the states around us that can recognize their ability to improvise, adapt, and overcome. We can do the same here in Minnesota, but Governor Walz is handcuffing us. He's handcuffing us because he believes he knows better. I also heard another member speak. All jobs are essential. I cannot stand the idea that some jobs are essential and some are not. Every job for every person is essential. And it is a way to denigrate somebody's livelihood, their profession, the pride that they take in going to work every day to classify their job as non-essential. Every job is essential to somebody. You know, I remember last year I was invited to speak and give the commencement speech to high school graduates, and I had to do so virtually. And because we're approaching the 1-year mark on the emergency powers and the 1-year anniversary of the 14-day flat the curve, I am very concerned that I'm going to have to give another speech remotely. But members, this is incredibly damaging. It's incredibly damaging for our students. One of the things that I remember a study, and I have not had the opportunity to look up the study. But one of I have one of the several degrees that I have a bachelor's in law enforcement and a bachelor in computer forensics, and I have minors in mathematics and psychology. And I remember one study when I was taking my psychology education that really intrigued me. And again, I don't have the study at my fingertips. I have not had the opportunity to look it up, but here's a rough breakdown of how it went. So when it came through to elementary students, I think was the age group. This was decades ago. It's not something we would do now. It's considered an unethical study. But in elementary school grades, they took a class and they performed an experiment where they had a control group and then they had 2 experimental groups for a total of 3 groups. The control group, they obviously did nothing. In one of the experimental groups, they gave, this went on for an academic year, they gave these students incredible praise. They gave them rewards and just overpraise of well above that which their effort and which their achievements warranted. And then in the other experimental group, regardless of what they put in terms of effort, regardless of the grades they got on the tests, they gave them negative feedback, tearing them down, telling them they were never good enough. And lo and behold, this study resulted that compared to the control group, those that were given accolades well above which they deserved overperformed the control group. Whereas that group that was given negative feedback, regardless of the effort that they put in, underperformed the control group. Now, why do I bring this up, members? Because when these students here, the reason it's in the case studies as an unethical study is because when you give somebody negative feedback, especially through the K through 12 system, any time of our life, but in this context, the study of education, they can never get that back. This group that had the negative feedback, they can never recapture that point in their life, and that's going to have detrimental impacts into the future. Now, I suppose those, since this was decades ago, I suppose those people are obviously many years older now. But when it comes to the COVID here, think of all of those students that are not getting the interpersonal communication, that are not being able to socially develop. We talk about social distancing. How about socially developing? You know, I'm in IT, and we often and have spoken about in the pre-COVID era, the amount of screen time that our young people were getting. In the advent of social media, in the advent of technology, our young people had way too much screen time. And it was well recognized that that was a detriment to their development. Well, look where we are now, a year into this, with distance learning, the vast majority of them, and in those failing school districts where you have those that are trapped in a failing school district, they're already in a disadvantage because of the policies to prevent choice and empowering parents to send them to better schools, get them out of the trapped failing school district. But take that and layer on top of that now the era of COVID and social or remote learning, distance learning. And like the students in that study, where they had fallen behind due to this experiment by negative feedback, very difficult to catch up. Members, I have heard the devastating stories from youth sports, from those who would be go on and have done a really good job and had high success and high scores in the various athletic departments and different games, that they're going to be denied those educational scholarships or grants that they otherwise would receive. What kind of cascade effect does that create for them? This is not just the year for the vast majority of people. This is going to have a cascade effect for years and maybe decades to come when it comes to their income, earning potential, when it comes to their educational opportunities. Because if there's students that would have performed really well in volleyball, basketball, football, baseball, that are now denied because they're inhaling a mask because they can't breathe through this soggy thing, it's incredibly devastating. Members, we can and should do better. We have the opportunity. We are in session. And instead of foot dragging and coming up with excuses, we should get to work. And if there was a will, we could have a solution in less than a week, by the end of this weekend. I'm willing to stay here for the weekend. Are you? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, are you willing to stay the weekend? I am. I am willing to sacrifice whatever it takes to return to the Constitution, to the Republic that the majority fails to recognize, to return to our Republic. Members, it is long past time. We need to return the Constitution. I hope you will join me in voting green. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I'll be brief. I have spoken on this many times over the last several months, and there's just a couple things I wanted to address. First, as I've said many times, we feel very disenfranchised. Our voices are not being heard. Our constituents' voices through us are not being heard. And I've talked multiple times about the people who have emailed me and called me, small business owners, parents whose kids are struggling with mental health issues, families who are struggling because their businesses are suffering. And that continues to be the case. But we are not the only ones whose voices are not being heard. The governor's decision to continue the emergency powers and the House's complicity in that means that our city council members are also not being able to do their jobs. School boards are not being able to do their jobs. County commissioners are not being able to do their jobs. Every level of government has been superseded by the governor. That is not democracy. That is not a republic. We really need to restore the levels of authority throughout state government so people who have been duly elected by the people can make decisions, and then their voters can decide if they support that or not. But it has been a year, as we've said many times tonight, and it is time to let every level of government return to their functioning. The second point I wanted to reference briefly was one of the earlier members said that we on our side of the aisle have been obstructionists through this process. And I really take exception with that, members. I and many of my colleagues have worked tirelessly to not only represent the voices of our constituents, but also to provide helpful suggestions to the governor and provide avenues for addressing the different stages of the pandemic. So I was the first person to propose a bill to provide small business grant relief to small businesses last March. Just 2 weeks into the shutdown, I had that bill drafted. We also provided a letter and a lot of support for allowing students, based on WHO guidance, to not have to wear masks during athletic competition. As the WHO said, strenuous exercise, it was not recommending that, and the NCAA was following the WHO guidance. We also had a lot of effort to allow small businesses to open safely. I worked tirelessly with the retailers and Representative Baker on the hospitality side, and we were able to make some progress on that. We've also recently, Senator Housley and I sent a letter asking that once seniors are fully vaccinated in their long-term care facilities, that they would be able to leave with a loved one to go for a drive, go to church, go out for a meal. And we're continuing to work on that. Even today, I've been emailing with the Department of Health on that issue. So we have tried to provide constructive ideas for how we could work together with the governor. And so I just want to underscore that even though our voices haven't been heard and we haven't had any of our bills taken up, we have not stopped presenting ideas or trying to work with the governor, even though he has not been working with us. And finally, one of the other members said that we have to stay in the emergency, quote, until all lives are protected. And members, I'm very sad for the great loss of life in our state and our country. But there is no way we can stay in this emergency until all lives are protected. We don't do that for traffic accidents. We don't do that for the opioid crisis. We don't do that for cancer. We don't do that for other diseases that are vaccinated against. We simply cannot provide 100% guarantee that we will protect everyone from COVID. So we have come so far, and I just want to take a moment to celebrate that cases are down, deaths are down, hospitalizations are down, The vaccine is really working and taking hold, and the rate of vaccination is accelerating. So we have actually a lot to celebrate here tonight. But what we cannot celebrate is the continued use of the emergency power. It's not needed. For the member who said that we need to do this till all lives are protected, we're kind of morphing from pandemic to endemic. A lot of scholars are saying that this will be an endemic. We will live with this for many years, if not decades. So we cannot guarantee all lives are protected, and we cannot run our state government with one-man rule anymore. Thank you, members.
The representative from Mauer, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents sent me to represent them and to be their voice because they cannot be here to be and say what they want to say. So today I stand and I rise to be their voice since they cannot be here on the floor or even at the Capitol. When I was walking over to the floor today, I took the long way on the stairs past the Senate chambers, and I saw this quote on the wall. It said, "Votes should be weighted, not counted." So even though my one vote today is counted as one because I am one member of this esteemed body, my one vote is weighted so much more for my constituents. The weight of my vote means economic freedom for the small business owners in my district. These businesses that have been establishments in our community for decades and support our school and churches and other organizations they are struggling. The weight of my vote means freedom for my event centers to host weddings and receptions. The weight of my one vote means freedom to gather with friends and family to celebrate milestones like graduation. The weight of my vote means so much more than me just clicking a button right here on my desk. My constituents want freedom. The click of my vote, the weight of my vote means that to them. Members, I ask that you remember this and consider the weight of your vote for your constituents. And I ask you to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Olmsted, Representative Qualm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Good governance is generally not easy. Easy governance, well, that's later on in the discussion. First, I will listen to some of the early discussion, and frankly, the concern about the variants, the J&J during its qualification, trials, etc., was tested in the UK, in South Africa, and other locations where the variants were present. And its efficacy is much higher than the standard flu shot. And while its efficacy isn't as high as the other two, it also had no deaths and no severe hospitalizations. So I have confidence in the science and the people and the ingenuity that have been brought forth to cover this pandemic. Now, this has been a tragic year. The deaths, the school closings, the businesses closing, some of them forever. The loss of jobs, the disruption to families. They're all difficult, and they're all affecting our communities. If you've been in my office, you've seen the bag that I have with me today and most days. And on it are about 15 different union emblems. And I have had this for years to remember that every individual has their different circumstances and that there are many different jobs that need to be done for our society to work. And it's important. I grew up on the farm. All jobs are important. Some aren't as fun. But when we govern, we have to keep in mind that our solutions may be great for a portion of the state, may be good for some of the people, but not all. And good governance is when we take to heart why we have a legislature. Easy governance is a governance of one. And for the past year, we've taken it too easy. Every month we have met here. Every month we should have been passing legislation to cover the changes that were needed. But it was too easy to sit back and let one person come up with the decisions. Now, that is a difficult task. And that's why we have a legislature. 201 people, the voices from across the state, on the floor, over the airways, on the TV, but speaking out for the different communities, the different constituents, and their needs. And when we have a discussion and we disagree, some of that is to bring out the possible views of what we're doing, to avoid unintended consequences and the effects of our governance. It is horrible, the losses in so many families and communities across this state, nation, and world. But also, it's very tragic, the secondary effects and ramifications of some of the governance that we have chosen. We have children with mental illnesses, depression, isolation is tougher for parts of our community than others. Young children are developing the social skills, the interaction. They need things that are not in a book or not on a video. They're being with people, their family, their community, their neighbors, their friends. These are things that help people develop and grow into the adults, have the capability of pursuing their dreams. I fear that one of the side effects is a loss of the possibility, a loss of the dream, the spark within our youth. I fear that too often we've taken the easy path instead of the hard work of digging and working together for a better solution, for options that will work and help the many people in our communities, students, parents, grandparents. Now, every one of us has stories of this impact on small businesses in our communities. I have a story. It's about a grandmother who works 10 to 14 hours a day, works hard. That's the way she's always been. And several days a week, she takes a couple, 2 to 4 hours, to tutor her grandson of color, who was failing in math. But it was important to her to tutor him, to help him, because times are difficult. And what she's done is often she'll get 2 to 4 hours a night's sleep after doing this. To her, it is worth it. To her, that child is important. And we need to step up, work together, and show the state, the citizens, that that child is important to us. That child doesn't fit into the one-size-fits-all or a narrower view of what we can do. We all care, we are all passionate. But I spent the last couple hours listening to both sides. And I heard the hearts. I heard that we care. Now we need to take the next step. We need to come together, work together for a solution with options that will fit the different communities, that will not leave children left behind, will not exacerbate the disparities, because if you can afford a private school, a parochial school, your child is not falling behind like so many others. So I ask you, support this resolution. Come together with all of us. Find a better path and do the service that we are elected to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members.
The representative from Cisco, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I go any further, I'd like to request a roll call on this motion, please.
Roll call has been requested. I do not see 15 hands. Members, please email from your official House email account hands@house.mn with the word hands in the subject line if you would like to request a roll call. We will wait 60 seconds to determine if there are 15 hands for a roll call vote. We have 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank Leader Daudt for bringing this motion forward to bring forward the resolution to end the emergency powers. Okay. We've heard a lot of things on the floor today, some more helpful than others, but I want to respond to some of them. In talking about opening up the state, which is actually not what this motion is. This motion is simply to end the governor's emergency powers so that as a legislature, we engage in the process of governing, that we reassert ourselves as a co-equal branch of government. That's what this is about. However, it's true. Not all of my constituents are emailing me and asking me to open everything right now, although certainly a fair number are. But they are asking me to do my job. We heard that, we're passing all kinds of legislation. We're here working, we're passing all kinds of legislation. Well, that's true, we are. But I'm not sure that we're doing a lot. I have here, this is the list of bills that is currently sitting on the general register. That means that these are the bills ready to be heard and passed off the House floor here. There are 71 bills on the general register right now. Anyone wonder how many of those are related to COVID? 2. 2 out of 71 bills are related to COVID. We're not doing our jobs. We're not even in the game. We are not even in the game. And those 2 bills that are in here, they're fiddling around the edges. They're not actually doing anything to move us forward. Somebody said that Governor Walz has not made perfect decisions. One of my Democrat colleagues said that, and I agree. I agree. This conversation right now is not about the seriousness of COVID. It's about whether or not one person should be making all of the decisions for the state. The answer is clearly no. It's clearly no. We keep being told to follow the process. Things are working their way through the legislature. Well, they're not. We are over 2 months into session. 2 months. And there are 2 bills sitting on the general register, not calendared, by the way. These are not on the calendar to actually be taken up on the House floor. They're just sitting on the general register so they could come up on the House floor. We're not actually hearing them on the House floor. We're doing nothing. We are doing nothing. The other thing that I heard is that we're so close to beating this thing. And I completely agree. I completely agree with that. But we have yet to hear from the majority party. We have yet to hear from our Democrat colleagues or from the governor what that needs to look like. When should we open? What do those metrics need to look like in order to open? We have no idea. Because they're not telling us. I don't know if they have a plan, but they certainly aren't sharing that plan if they have one. But there is really good news. There's really good news. I was doing some math while we were sitting here, and we've heard several times that about the many Minnesotans who have lost their lives to COVID. I've lost 2 dear friends myself to COVID. We've lost 6,724 Minnesotans to COVID over the last year. Those are people we can never get back. And it's tragic. Interestingly, the 2 people who I lost are people who were high risk, and they knew that, and they were really careful. One had to enter the hospital for things unrelated to COVID and contracted it in the hospital. Another never left her home, and we cannot figure out how she might have contracted it, but she did. Of those 6,724 Minnesotans who have lost their lives, 6,006 of them have been seniors over the age of 65. That means 90% of those who have lost their lives to this disease, to this virus, have been senior citizens here in Minnesota. Conversely, of the almost 500,000 Minnesotans who have contracted the virus, only 13% of them are seniors. So of those 13% of those 65 and older, 90% of our deaths have come in that age category. So the good news is that the governor announced this week that we've hit our goal that 70% of those Minnesotans are vaccinated. 70% of those most at risk for the coronavirus are vaccinated. And the commissioner herself has said that this vaccine is 100% effective against serious illness and death. 100%. If you have the vaccine, you will not become seriously ill or die from this disease. Our own commissioner, Commissioner Malcolm, said that to our legislators on the phone call last week. That's remarkable. This is the good news. How in the world are we as legislators saying that with this kind of news, we're still leaving everything up to the governor? At what point will you be ready to do your job? We also heard on the floor today the consideration of the variants, and it's true. We don't know. We don't know everything about all the variants. But what the science has shown is that the vaccine is effective against the variants. The vaccine works against the variants. Any suggestion to the contrary is anti-science fear-mongering. That is what we constantly hear from this governor and our Democrat colleagues. Fear-mongering, anti-science, anti-data. It is time we stand up, commit to do our jobs. Maybe take some initiative and pass some bills regarding COVID, regarding the emergency powers. We've done nothing. 2 bills out of 71 are even remotely related to COVID. And those are just fiddling around the edges. Members, it's time. It is so overdue. 70% of the Minnesota's most vulnerable population is vaccinated. It's time. Vote to end the emergency powers. Support Leader Daudt's resolution.
The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yes, Madam Speaker and members, I represent the only district that borders 2 states, South Dakota and North Dakota. And the stories that I have been hearing is they can go across the border and they come back alive. They are able to go to, at the beginning, to restaurants, and now they've gone to businesses. And that's one of the biggest concerns that we have seen in our neck of the woods, is that people have changed their habits and they're going to Sisseton, they're going to Watertown, they're going to Wapaton, they're going to Fargo. And it's hard to break those habits. And a district that has 42 small towns, you don't want to lose those businesses. Earlier this week, Representative Anderson and myself and Senator Westrom was on a meeting with superintendents in Senate District 12. And one of the things that the superintendents shared with me is we are tired of being treated like we have been. We are not a large suburban schools. We are not like the metro area. And they're getting very tired of being treated like kids. These are superintendents. These are teachers who have some of the best training that our society provides. They care about our kids. They know about our kids better than anybody in St. Paul. One of the challenges that we heard from, I'll use the superintendent from Ortonville, is they have lost 16 students, and a majority of them went over the border. They went over the border because they're concerned. Those parents are concerned about that the students get the right education. I know the teachers are doing the best, the superintendents are doing the best, but it is not all students. Very few students can learn as effectively online, on a screen, as face-to-face. So members, I support this resolution from our minority leader, Daudt. It's what needs to be done. I have several constituents, like I said at the beginning, who go across North Dakota and South Dakota, and yes, they come back alive. They come back healthy. As an EMT, I've been in the thick of this, and we know how to handle our students. One of the things back in last March, I did have the opportunity. I did appreciate the half an hour that I had with the governor, along with the lieutenant governor, chief of staff. And I shared with the governor, we need a regional approach. What we do out in greater Minnesota, especially when we border 2 states, are totally different than what we do in House 64A, which is Hennepin County, obviously Minneapolis. So this is the time. This is the place. It's now that we need to respect our constituents, each of us, and move forward and understand that Minnesotans have a wonderful tradition of treating other ones with respect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Carver, Representative Bowe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to Minority Leader Daudt for bringing this resolution forward. I too have received thousands of emails from constituents, and I'm grateful for each and every one of those. I'm not going to read those emails tonight, but instead I just want to take a moment just to share a heartfelt thought or two with you. As I talk to business owners and residents in my district, some businesses in my district have closed permanently. Many are struggling, some have reopened, and some, thankfully, have newly opened, including Golf Zone and the Man Cave Barbershop. They have opened safely and they have opened carefully, and I'm grateful for that. I struggle each week as I watch big box retail stores seemingly open at full capacity. And while at the same time, I see the churches in my communities functioning at something less than full capacity. I am troubled that the legislature is not being allowed to function as a co-equal branch of our state government. And all of these reasons are why I support this effort to end the peacetime emergency. I hope that we can gather for Memorial Day to celebrate together the heroes in our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertaus.
Well, good evening, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members and everyone else. Leader Daudt, thank you for bringing this motion forward. Members, I know that this debate is long, and I'll try to be brief. I know that the vote, we all know how this vote is going to end, but it's my sincere hope that as we finish this debate tonight, that we give serious consideration and contemplation as we move forward on what we must do to bring back the greatness of our state of Minnesota. Now, members, in the beginning, and I must recap where we were a year ago and where we are today, but in the beginning, we were all very devastated and concerned about the news we were hearing. And we were told that we have to rely on the science. And the information we were given, which caused us to have broad support, broad bipartisan support for taking action and to do battle with COVID, was that the prediction was, according to models, and models had assumptions, but there were going to be 850,000 hospitalizations in Minnesota, 74,000 deaths, and that we needed time to flatten the curve to prevent this onslaught of infection and imminent hospitalizations and imminent deaths from overwhelming our healthcare delivery system, that we weren't adequately prepared in terms of our hospital capacity, with ICU capacity, with ventilators, with PPEs, all of it. You've heard it before. Last March, we all believed these things, and we believed that it demanded extraordinary measures. And so we were prepared to do what we believed was going to be a rather short-term obligation to prepare to do battle with COVID. But as the progression of this infection and disease moved forward, we soon learned by June that none of these models were coming true. And of course, the administration revised their estimates down based on what was really happening, that maybe we overestimated and relied on not really good science in terms of what our actions were going to be. So there were revisions. We revised the death count down to 24,000. Later, it was revised down again to 22,000. And even where we're at today, we realize that it hasn't come anywhere near that. And every one of those deaths are a concern and a tragedy and has touched many of us. But we also did not know in the beginning the grave consequences of the actions that we were all bipartisanly supporting and the consequences that were going to happen. Members, we all know that our smallest businesses have really been hit the hardest. They don't have the capital, they don't have the resources, and we really holistically were looking in the beginning just about hospitalizations and deaths and infections in a pandemic. But we weren't thinking holistically about the ramifications and the consequences of the actions and what that's going to mean in terms of collateral consequences as a result of our actions. And we've learned a lot about COVID since that time. And I wanted to share some interesting information that I found recently, and this is data through March 4th and March 7th of this year. So nationally, less than 1% of the population lives in congregate care settings. Yet that 1% accounted for 34% of all of our nation's deaths as of March 7th. In Minnesota, because of our excellent healthcare system that we've had, we have a smaller population than 1% living in congregate settings or nursing homes. Yet of the 6,700 deaths back to that same date, we had 4,070, or 2/3 of our deaths in Minnesota were in that 0.5% to 1.75% in congregate living. So we know where the people who are at greatest risk. And we expressed concerns months ago about our zeal to protect hospitalization or hospital capacity by transferring people from the hospital when we weren't at capacity and moving them into nursing homes and congregate settings, which basically introduced and spread the infection to the most vulnerable people in our society. But what has come to more attention during the course of all of last summer, while we came back monthly, I was increasingly getting emails and messages and concerns about the problems of collateral consequences of the isolation, of the stay-at-home orders, of the increase in divorces, increases in domestic abuse, increases in suicide. And I've gotten a number of emails that I'm sure all of you have, and you read about these horrific stories and tragedy. And it's our job to take those messages and try to respond, but oftentimes it just doesn't really touch home. I had a number of messages about a young man who took his life. I had other messages of concern about what it's doing to the businesses of a small family and their ability to stay above water. I've had numbers of stories about some of the consequences of these raft of over 100 executive orders that none of us in the beginning really knew that we were going to be seeing that numbers of micromanagement through executive orders. And then what has really come about is in Minnesota, there's been a marked increase, as I mentioned, in suicide. And members, in Minnesota, suicide is the 8th leading cause of death in Minnesota. In fact, there are significantly numbers of suicide deaths that was occurring every 12 hours in Minnesota. In fact, it's 7 times greater than all deaths related to alcohol and accidents on our roads. It really came home to me last week because I received information and a story about a young family and a 13-year-old who had attempted suicide. It really hit home for me because of the isolation and because of being totally away from friends and school, how devastating this information was. And that 13-year-old who attempted suicide was my own granddaughter. So members, we know the collateral consequences that are coming about from these executive orders. We also know that this legislature wants to work together with the governor to open up our economy. And if we take the numbers of deaths that we experienced here in Minnesota, and if we understand that it is the greatest at risk were our seniors, who, it's already been mentioned, 70% of those over 65 have been vaccinated. And by the way, there are more people over 65 years old in Minnesota today than there are kids in school. And when you extrapolate the numbers of deaths that were not in congregate living settings, and that is approximately 2,070, then in that instance, the rest of the population who is less at risk has 0.04% chance of dying from COVID in Minnesota. That's the science, that's the data. And so for the isolation and the depression and the things that are occurring to families all around this state, particularly those among the self-employed, and the devastation that has occurred, it's time for us to get serious about having a plan that can be predictable, that folks can know that they're going to get their lives back on track. So again, I know that this isn't going to result in any change tonight. Since time in legislature, I've kind of become a student of history. And I was reminded, and I looked it up, and I want to share a quote with you because, you know, the last pandemic was more than 100 years ago. Midway through that pandemic, another real grave concern worldwide was the result which brought the conclusion of World War II to the world, and that was the atomic era. And Winston Churchill, in his last major speech to the House of Commons in March of 1955, spoke pragmatically about the threat then of a nuclear holocaust, much to the same level and anxiety and concern of today with COVID-19 globally. And he ended with this note of optimism, and he said, quote, "We shall, by a process of sublime irony, have reached a stage in this story where safety will be the sturdy child of terror and survival the twin brother of the annihilator." So his point was, we can live in fear or we can live in life and live our lives. But in the end, members, all of our lives end the same way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And for those of you that serve in committee with me, you know very often I can be aggressive, and sometimes I've been accused of being a little pedantic, but not tonight. Members, I talk regularly to people in my district, business owners, parents, people who are looking forward to maybe seeing their kids go to prom or have graduation parties, or simply to get together with family who they haven't seen sometimes for up to a year. Members, they are begging me on a regular basis to somehow end this emergency powers that the governor holds. They're saying, Jim, we elected you to go down and be our voice in the legislature. We elected you to go down and bring our message. We elected you to go down and create policy. We elected you to go down and try to make a difference in this pandemic because we trust you. And members, I can't do that. And some will say, well, we're in session and we're moving bills, but we're not in charge of how the direction of our state is going. And I appeal to you tonight on behalf of the people of my district and your districts who are looking down the road to weddings, I had a family who reached out to me, and they can't have the wedding that they want to have for their only child. And they would like to have a celebration where they mark this momentous occasion. They can't do it. So they're talking about driving over the border to South Dakota or Wisconsin. And they can't have graduation, some for their only children as well. And members, when we first had this happen, I was one of the yes votes that gave the governor his emergency powers. But we are coming up on a year that he has been in command of everything. And it is time to give the power back to the 201 of us that were elected to go down to St. Paul and carry with us the voice of the people that we represent. So as I often do, I encourage you to vote so that the proper role of the legislature is resumed and that we go back to being a co-equal branch of government with the governor. Members, I thank you for your time tonight. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I urge a no vote on this 16th motion to end the emergency powers. On April 14th, 2020, we had House Concurrent Resolution number 9 offered by Representative Daudt, a motion to suspend and take it up. At that time, there were 79 total deaths in Minnesota due to COVID-19. Representative Drozdkowski also offered a motion to immediately suspend the emergency powers. Since we had that first debate 11 months ago, 6,713 Minnesotans have died, and we have heard the same debate constantly since. Tonight, we heard about people being tired of arguing on the floor. We heard about wedding photographers, sizes of weddings, St. Patrick's Day, high school marching bands, ballet, hockey, the troubles of being a Zoom legislator, legislators feeling frustrated, tired of people not being able to knock on the governor's door, concerned about Sid Hartman giving speeches remotely, and about tired superintendents, among many other things. But we have not heard a single time today about nurses, child care workers, doctors, home health care aides, nurses' assistants, firefighters, police officers, or school employees. The people who have been keeping us alive and have been managing our lives through this pandemic didn't get a single word. The priorities are wrong, the misleading of Minnesotans about masking, about the fact that we aren't having hearings, which we are. Members who voted today to advance a bill to open businesses said that they haven't done anything. Telling the truth and having the right priorities are how we manage this pandemic, and that is why the governor's emergency powers have to be maintained, because this legislature has not been able to act responsibly in this pandemic for the last 11 months. Members, it is time to continue tonight to vote no and be done.
The member from Isanti, the Minority Leader, Representative Daudt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This has been a long debate, and I want to thank you. I want to thank you for being passionate. I want to thank you for talking about this issue. In fact, I'm so surprised when we do actually debate this, how impassioned people are about this issue, but yet we never vote to give ourselves a voice in this process. Think about that for a second. Every one of you has deeply held, strongly held beliefs about this issue, but yet you're afraid to engage on it. We vote time after time to prevent ourselves from having a voice. I literally, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Representative Winkler is right. This is about nurses and doctors and all of the other people that he mentioned. And it's about every other Minnesotan who you have taken their voice away from them. It's about my voice and your voice, and how the governor can't hear them because the process we have in place doesn't allow us to have a voice in this process. We have voted 15 times in recorded votes to bring up this motion to end the emergency powers, once on something similar and once on an unrecorded vote on the same day. When it started, it was absolutely partisan. Not a single Democrat was voting with Republicans who were voting to end the emergency powers. In June, 2 Democrats voted with Republicans. In July, and remember over the summer, we had a special session once a month as we were required to do so that we could take up this vote. In June, 2 Democrats. In July, 4 Democrats. In August, 4 Democrats. In September, 5 Democrats. In October, 5 Democrats voted. In November, 5 Democrats. And in December, 6 Democrats. And then at the beginning of January, we swore in a new legislature and narrowed the margin to fewer than 6, where their votes would have mattered. We brought it up in January on the 11th. No Democrats voted with Republicans. Again in January on the 28th, no Democrats voted with Republicans. February 8th, no Democrats. February 22nd, no Democrats. And we've done it 3 times this week, all with no Democrats. What changed? Our numbers were far higher back in these months than they are today. You look at where our peak was. It certainly wasn't the statistics or the data behind COVID. But emergency powers is what we're debating. They've been in place for 1 year in 2 more days. I just want to read for you chapter 12. I'm just kidding, I'm not reading chapter 12, but I wanted to see if you were paying attention. I'm going to read for you one definition in chapter 12. Because that section of statute is what governs and gives the governor the authority to invoke these emergency powers. 12.03 definitions. Subdivision 3, the definition of the word emergency in this section of statute. I've read this before on the House floor, but I want to refresh you. Emergency means an unforeseen combination of circumstances that calls for immediate action to prevent a disaster from developing or occurring. An unforeseen combination of circumstances that calls for immediate action to prevent a disaster from developing or occurring. Folks, this hasn't been an emergency for a long time. And back at the beginning when it was an emergency, I think a lot of people supported this, right? Because we didn't know what was going on. But today we do. And while Democrats have spent much of their time today talking about things that have nothing to do with this motion, like how many Minnesotans died or didn't die or were sick or how many were protected or weren't protected, that's not what this motion's about. This motion's about who participated and worked to keep Minnesotans safe. I'm going to talk a little bit about those things right now. I didn't in my first speech because that's not what this motion was about. But we are in the 10th week of a legislative session after having the most special sessions in this state's history, 7 special sessions. This will be the 16th recorded vote we've had on this issue. And in 2 days, it will be the 1-year anniversary of emergency powers that no one ever envisioned would last that long. And by the way, which doesn't meet the definition of an emergency. It did at the beginning, but it does not now, and it hasn't for a long time. Business restrictions. Minnesota has had by far the most restrictive business mandates in the Midwest. Just look at all the pain and headaches we've caused business owners over the past year. And for what? Let's talk about data and statistics. Let's talk about how good the response was or wasn't. You brought it up. Let's talk about it. A lot of people like to compare the state of Minnesota to the state of Wisconsin. We have similar population sizes. We're right next door to each other. But we've had very different approaches to COVID. And oh my gosh, did we do it so much better than they did? It's amazing if you listen to our governor. But if you actually listen to the facts and the data of what happened between the two states, it tells a much different story. In our state, in Minnesota, at our peak, we peaked at 125 cases per 100,000 people. That was the peak of the pandemic, the number of cases per 100,000 people, 125. Our neighbors in Wisconsin, who, by the way, did this much worse than we did, according to our governor, they were only at 121 cases per 100,000 people. Our peak death rate in Minnesota, 1.18 deaths per 100,000 people. Wisconsin's 1.17, virtually identical. But wait, that's not possible. Our businesses were shut down. Our restaurants were 100% shut down. And Wisconsin was wide open. How could our statistics be virtually exactly the same as theirs? That would suggest these things didn't work. Something must be wrong. When it's convenient, we follow the data. When it's not convenient, we ignore it. And we use fear-mongering to tell people we have to watch out for this strain or that strain, even though we know that these vaccines today cover those strains. And there's no evidence of any strain that wouldn't be covered by one of these vaccines. None. It's irresponsible to fearmonger. And somebody's going to have to answer to these business owners whose lives were shuttered and livelihoods were shuttered, and we got virtually no better result than the neighboring state that was wide open. How do you explain that? You know what? I would have loved to talk about this right as we were going, and love to have a say, and love to say, you know what, Governor, look at this data. Look what the data actually shows. We've got to open these businesses up. And we'd debate it here on the House floor, and we'd open them up. But we don't. We've just let the governor, I don't know what data he's following. Interesting how I'm standing on the floor calling Democrats science deniers. You are. Sounds funny, huh? You are. You're science deniers. The science is clear now. And the governor did use science in his decision-making process. He did. He absolutely did use science. Not this stuff, by the way. He used political science. He followed polling numbers and made politically driven decisions. Because if he'd followed the actual data, we'd be open. These numbers, if you put North Dakota, South Dakota, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Minnesota all on a graph, and I took away the names of each color so you didn't know which state was which line, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And every state around us was open and we were closed, shuttering our businesses and shuttering Minnesotans' livelihoods. You demonize Governor Noem and our neighboring states, but the data shows these harmful restrictions have basically made no difference. That's a statistical fact. Minnesota is one of the most restrictive states in the nation. We're one of just 3 that require businesses to still work from home if they can. We're an outlier. Our numbers don't suggest we should be, but our governor has us there. Our Minnesota Twins are just one of 3 teams in the Major League Baseball that haven't announced to have fans back in the stands on opening day. Again, we're an outlier. Numbers are plummeting, folks. It's time to restore the legislature's voice in this pandemic. As much as Democrats want to demonize and make this about Republicans wanting to endanger people's lives, right? That's the same fear-mongering that's happening when you say that these variants aren't covered by these vaccines. It's irresponsible. This argument today is about whether the legislature will rise up and join the governor in the response. Cases, case positivity, and ICU numbers are all dropping. Vaccinations are increasing. We're moving more quickly than expected, which is awesome. Credit to Governor Walz for moving quickly. We got off to a very slow start, but we've turned things around, and it's working. It's time to recognize that we can manage the rest of this pandemic working closely with the governor. You know we can do it. I've heard your passion here for 3 or 4 hours on the House floor. You've got an opinion about this. Why do you prevent yourself from expressing it? We don't need to wait for permission from our governor. Take back your election certificates. For my Democrat colleagues who have voted with us in the past, it's time to stand up to your leadership and vote the way your constituents have been asking you to. You were before the election, but now you've changed your tune. Now when it matters, you've changed your tune. Why? And the Democrats here and your leadership here has endorsed a policy of doing nothing. Nearly 100,000 COVID executive orders, nearly 100 COVID executive orders, only a handful of minor executive orders have passed into law, out of 100. We don't have hearings on executive orders. We don't bring them to the House floor and endorse them or defeat them. That's how the legislature could express its voice in this process. Your constituents have begged you for a year to step up, show some leadership, and at least have a role in the process. And you've done nothing. You've refused hearings on the biggest issues and done everything you can to delay and run interference for the governor. You've done nothing to hold him accountable, nothing to insert the legislature into the process. He says he's making huge turns of the dial tomorrow. I know we're running short on time here. I'd love to ask a few of you to yield and have you tell us, what is the governor doing tomorrow? What is he announcing? But you know what the reality is? You don't know, and neither do I, because this governor does not include us in the process. And we have done nothing to assert our authority. After a year of being blindsided and caught off guard, after a year of having no answers when constituents call you begging for information when their livelihoods are on the line, you haven't taken a single step to force him to include us in these discussions and decisions. The governor wrote to us on January 7th saying he is willing to give up his emergency powers if the legislature passed his executive orders into law. How many of those have come to the House floor to be passed? 0, not a single one. You aren't even doing what the governor has asked you to do. We have done absolutely nothing this session. It's the 10th week of the legislative session. 4 bills have passed the House, 3 of which were tweaks to deadlines, and 1 that allowed dentists to administer vaccines. That's it. I wouldn't pat yourselves on the back. Because if it isn't obvious to you that you're doing nothing, people at home are paying attention. And we have asked and we have begged for you to stand up to the governor. On this issue, we have asked and we have begged for you to stand up to the governor just one time. And you did it. Just a couple of weeks ago, when the governor was so extreme, you stood up to him. When he tried to fund law enforcement, that's when you chose to stand up to him. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Please vote in favor of this.
The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. Those who are voting remotely, we'll give you one more minute. Will the clerk call the names of those who have not voted yet?
Backer.
Backer votes aye.
Backer, aye. Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg votes no.
Berg, no. Davids.
Davids aye.
Davids, aye. Damuth.
Damuth votes aye.
Damuth, aye. Edelson.
Edelson, no.
Edelson, no. Franzen. Franzen. Freiberg.
Freiberg votes no.
Freiberg, no. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Is that no? Gomez.
Granson votes yes.
Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hansen, R.
Hansen R, no.
Hansen, R, no. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Hornstein.
Hornstein, no.
Hornstein, no. Kresha.
Kresha, aye.
Kresha, aye. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. Mason.
Mason, no.
Mason, no. Munson.
Munson, aye.
Munson, aye. Murphy.
Murphy, no.
Murphy, no. Nash.
Nash votes aye.
Nash, aye. Pinto.
Pinto votes no.
Pinto, no. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Scott.
Scott, yes.
Scott, aye. Stevenson.
Stevenson, no.
Stevenson, no. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, absolutely yes.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson. Thompson.
Thompson again, no. No.
Thompson, no. Zhang-Jie.
Xiongje, no.
Zhang-Jie, no. Franson.
Franklin votes yes.
Franson, aye. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail.
Mortensen moves that House Concurrent Resolution Number 2 be recalled from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration and be placed upon its adoption.
The member from Scott, Representative Mortensen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we just spent the last 4 hours on this, so I will withdraw that motion.
He withdrew the motion.
Representative Mortensen withdraws the motion.
Lucero and others introduced House Resolution Number 3, a House resolution providing for the impeachment of Sarah Gruing, Assistant Chief Judge of the 2nd Judicial District of the State of Minnesota. The resolution is being referred to the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Announcements. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 3:30 p.m. Monday, March 15th, 2021.
Representative Winkler moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 3:30 p.m. Monday, March 15th, 2021. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Winkler moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 3:30 Monday, March 15th, 2021.